Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel video game news. Today is Monday, July 17th. Let's see, we've got a notice for Monster Type Festival and Forbidden List limited list announcement, which I assume applies directly to the Monster Type Festival. So we have basically one day left to play ranked and try to get to platinum. And then for the rest of the month, they're going to try and pull focus of the players to all play this festival. That being said, getting a notification for that probably doesn't matter too much because you can also just see it here in an easier to understand format. And yeah, ideally you want to get at least 1100 gems. And it'd be nice to get some more legacy things. But yeah, getting the gems is the most important thing. As far as the decks, now would be the time, I suppose, to check out these decks and try and figure out which of these you would play as far as a loner deck. Whether it would be that one or this one or this one. Seems like maybe this one might be a little bit simpler because it's just going back to old-fashioned polymerization, but we'll have to wait till the actual festival starts to start playing any of that. And if I was to try and make a deck, so you take your Zodiac Tri-Brigade deck here, we can see that basically every card here is disallowed. I suspect the limited list literally requires the word monster to be in the title. Let's just see if that's how that goes. No, this doesn't say monster. It's a fairy card though, so it might require you to have specifically fairy or fiends as characters. Let's see, what are the real limits here? Forbidden limited list. Okay. So Forbidden is a massive list, which, let's just face it, the truth is they've made a limited list of cards, which is a minimum of, let's see, 8, 16, 24 plus another 5, 29, less than 30 cards are in your limited list. These are very specific cards that they've picked, iconic cards that they, like Monster Reborn. And then the semi-limited list is only 24 cards. And then I don't know what you would do to be able to filter here to see what cards were available. Plants obviously are not allowed, insects aren't allowed. They must, let's see if we can figure this out. Don't do that. Instead, make a new deck from scratch. Yeah. So first we would turn on forbidden. Then we would have to say, well, we see machines aren't allowed. And so then we would have to go and say, don't show machines. Spellcasters aren't allowed. Dragons aren't allowed. Zombies aren't allowed. Yeah, you'd have to do it this way. Just to try and get a general idea. And I'm assuming they're doing it by type here. And they're just forbidding almost everything. We know fairy and fiend are allowed. But there's no way to really invert this filter and say only show me things that aren't fairy and fiend. And of all these groups, I don't know why you would consider some of these monsters and some of these not monsters. Fish aren't allowed either. If anything, this just really highlights how Yu-Gi-Oh! Has gone insane with its character types, but for the most part, it also doesn't kind of use these character types too much. I could see if you were to start from scratch and redo Yu-Gi-Oh! 25 years of cards and get rid of character types, or at least severely simplify the character types down to animal, vegetable, and mineral, that might work fairly well. And I'm sure at some level Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duels is trying to do something. Wow, there's really only 5 Divine Beast cards. That shows the Divine Beast limitation. You'd think you'd introduce more Divine Beast cards, but those cards are so overpowered anyways. So only Fiend and only Fairy are allowed. And from that limitation, you would have to do quite a bit. You'd have to put in quite a bit of work, unless you already had a Fiend or Fairy deck that worked fairly well. For the accountability section over the weekend, I'm in danger of running out of hard drive space before getting things scheduled and uploaded and making the new version of my uploading macro. But I was making footage with Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Shadow of the Tomb Raider has decided to crash to the desktop more. I woke up this morning looking at it and it actually crashed with a video card error message. So it actually caught a message and popped up an error box from Shadow of the Tomb Raider this time instead of just crashing to the desktop. Although the reason it probably crashed most recently is because I turned on my smart TV and watched Hulu. I've been watching a lot of the Orville New Horizons. I never watched that when it originally came out. It's been a lot of time now, like at least half a year since the final episode came out, and there's been no announcement of any kind of continuation. I'd say New Horizon fixes a lot of the problems, particularly in the first season of the Orville, in which they, I think, legally felt the need to put a joke, a awful, just like gag joke, in every episode in awkward places to make it a parody, or technically fall under the legal protection of parody of Star Trek, whereas New Horizons very rarely has a joke, and if it does, it is a much more natural, integrated joke. It's a character making a joke and it feeling still like the character is somewhat professional, and it's reasonable that somebody working in a Star Trek Federation situation might actually crack a joke like that. Whereas in previous seasons, it felt like you had characters just completely breaking character. I'd say Seth MacFarlane still probably has too much of an ego, and his eye acting, while his acting in general is better, he still very much acts with these like sad puppy dog eyes, and he emotes almost 80% through his eyes, it feels like, and he feels just off, out of place as in the show at all. Like, it would make a lot of sense to me for him to just be the executive producer and kill off his character, or make his character a admiral that only shows up every now and then as a guest spot type character. Interestingly, there's a lot of people that died in the real world. At least 2 people died during the production of the Orville New Horizon. They introduce a new ensign character who has a whole arc of being kind of a robot hater, because the robot enemies basically attacked Earth and killed their friend, potential lesbian lover. She'll never know. So they basically ended the previous season with the Battle of Wolf 359, which was the big battle where Jean-Luc Picard, or a parody of the Battle of Wolf 359, where Picard was assimilated and turned into Locutus, and then the Borg attacked Earth, and then there's a lot of anti-Borg sentiment for all of New Horizons, and this new ensign is effectively kind of taking the place of the captain of Deep Space Nine, but they definitely aren't doing a Deep Space Nine concept. They're still on the Orville. They're still going anywhere. I think this series, I have like 1.5 more episodes to watch. I stopped halfway through a big battle scene. Actually, I was falling asleep. It really fails on the New Horizons aspect, and perhaps that's a smarter move. The Orville as a series has limited itself to having really only a dozen aliens, and it only really talks about 4 of them. So it focuses down and mostly allows the actors to just be human or humanoids on the ship. And it definitely isn't every episode they go to a new planet, they meet a new alien species. There is something in New Horizons, since it was funded by Hulu, that they seem to kind of waste their budget on a lot of set decoration and visuals, when maybe they could have squeezed another episode or 2 in the budget. And definitely it being funded by Hulu creates a big problem, since all the backers of Hulu are trying to get out of their contracts, or waiting for their contracts to expire. So if a new Orville season happens, it's either likely going to go back to Fox, which the writer's strike would slow that down, and writer and actor strike now. It's eventually just going to be referred to as the strike, almost certainly, strike of 2023. It might even be referred to as the Big Strike. But yeah, it'll either go back to Fox or it will become part of a Disney Plus idea, unless something really weird happened and all of a sudden Paramount Plus decided, hey, we need a parody on top of Star Trek that's live action, because Lower Decks, which is now kind of replacing that idea of a Star Trek parody, which and is set in the Star Trek universe, doesn't work just because it's animated. You'd almost think Seth MacFarlane, the maker, the guy in charge of Family Guy, would be doing something more like Lower Decks, and then Paramount Plus would have tried to do a live action parody. But yeah, Lower Decks, perhaps, if it's anything like the mobile game I'm playing, perhaps it is too much self-referential, and for the hardcore fans, whereas somebody can watch the Orville having never watched any Star Trek at all, and still get the idea of what's going on. There really aren't any inside jokes or references that are that important in the Orville, that I see at least. But yeah, I could see them potentially doing an Orville second generation, Orville the next generation, as it were, and replacing all the actors with other actors who are going to be set, say, 100 years in the future. And yeah, if anything, 3 seasons is exactly what the original Star Trek series had, and it ideally would create enough of a fan campaign. Although the difference there too, the reason there was any support at all for Star Trek, the original series, is because Lucille Ball herself owned a production company and was supporting it. There really aren't any production company managers or owners that support any show now, and perhaps this also is an instance of where the shareholding public company nature of businesses that are only interested in profits has ruined the art aspect of creating TV or movies, in that nothing is given enough time to grow, simply because there's quarterly meetings and quarterly accounting that has to be accounted for. There is also a concern, and yes, this has nothing to do with video games, and I am just rambling, but I just have a concern that there aren't that many TV actors anymore. Like, too many famous people get TV roles and keep those TV roles. And so it creates this weird situation where you don't have a show like Friends, which is just a collection of, I think, pretty much all new actors, introducing a bunch of new characters. Although I'm not sure that any of the actors in Friends actually went on to do anything, and that is the fate, unfortunately, of TV actors too, is that they maybe get 1 or 2 good shows in there, but then they eventually just get relegated to bit part roles, the most successful TV actors are like actors on Blue Bloods or something like that, where it's a long-running series and you're just gonna get work for years and years. Or you have somebody like Stephen Carell with The Office, the U.S. Office. He got very lucky and got movie roles too. Although, in fairness, Stephen Carell was in a lot of bit roles before he was in The Office. And people definitely don't remember him from any of that. So yeah, I've been watching The Orville, and I'm more interested in obviously talking about The Orville than I am talking about Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is a rather boring game. It comes off very much like you could almost make a Myst-like educational exploration game, with Lara Croft being the cameo character in a series like that, and having her just walk around to do puzzles. And then you could also make a spin-off game where it's just a hunting game, and you could have Lara Croft cameo in that, and she could just be kind of the Mario character of Square Enix, I guess, since I guess they own that. I don't think Crystal Dynamics owns Tomb Raider, but maybe they do. Maybe Embracer Group did get the rights to Tomb Raider in the thing. I definitely would like to see Embracer Group try to do something with Lara Croft as a character, but this rebooted series now really feels like it's just more of the same compared to the second game, and I'd mostly forgotten the second game because, in part, it's just so repetitive and boring. There are some really bad gameplay mechanics that don't work together. If you go down the like 2-year-old why question of while playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider, it really highlights it. Why am I stealth killing enemies? To get XP. Why am I getting XP? Well, to get skill points that give me skills that I really don't need, but give me quality of life improvements, like I can swim longer, or at best they give me better resources to do for crafting. Why am I getting resources to craft? I don't know, because the resources to craft are either outfits that you don't need if you bought the deluxe edition, because the deluxe edition is so incredibly pay to win, or even if you didn't have the deluxe edition and didn't have the extra outfits and the extra weapons, you would barely need all the resources you could get throughout the game, because you're really only going to focus on one weapon being upgraded. You're not going to upgrade 5 different bows or 5 different handguns. You're going to find the one handgun you like and upgrade that. Or you're not going to upgrade 5 different outfits you're going to find the one you like and stick at that. On the outfits, there's a lot of bait and switch on the outfits, really, because once you enter the hidden city, which is perhaps somewhere around a third of the way through the game, it kind of locks you down to 1 or 2 outfits. So all the DLC outfits, you're allowed to wear them when they're kind of useless or barely useful in the first third of the game, and then once it gets into the game serious, it locks you out of that. There was definitely a point where they also locked me out from using guns just because the storyline seemed to decide, and it didn't really say I couldn't use guns. I just tried to use a gun and couldn't. When you pick a specific outfit or upgrade an outfit, it's going back into that Y situation, because the outfits only increase the XP you get with stealth kills or increase the resources you get to upgrade or craftings. There's like a health plants and endurance plants and focus plants, but you don't really need to use the focus plants ever because you can just have survival instincts turned on. There are weirdly skills that increase both the ability of the focus plants and the survival skills, even though what those two do are almost a complete circle overlapping. They just look slightly different. There is a difficulty setting to turn off survival instincts, which at that point, why would you unlock the skill in the skill tree? Yeah, whatever outfit you wear just gets you back to resources and creates a smaller closed loop as far as the why question. Now, at no point have I mentioned collecting monoliths or lines of maps or documents or artifacts, and that is the completely parallel game-breaking, momentum-breaking element to Tomb Raider. Something that almost certainly should be in a completely different game, because you will be in the middle of 3D platforming, which I also haven't mentioned, and then all of a sudden you'll be encouraged to pick up a collectible, and then you'll be encouraged to hit the back button and listen to Lara Croft describe the collectible for a paragraph if it is an unimportant collectible that has nothing really to say. And in those cases, the paragraphs definitely feel like they are straight up just written by some kind of actual historian in the real world, that they asked them to put in a book report basically describing items, and you'll get about 3 paragraphs at most if it's an important item that tells you something about what is going on in the narrative of the game, actual backstory, as it were. There is an interesting point in the middle where they kind of shift focus and make this Peruvian princess and her family the focus. She has a rebellion she's running, although I don't know why she would call herself the rebellion when she's seems to be the rightful heir to the royal line, or but yeah, she has more of a personality and talks more, and I could see something like that just becoming a default for Lara Croft. She could be a character that is just always asked to do something or forced to do something. If you think about Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, there is a lot of time in that movie where Indiana Jones is just being asked or forced to do some kind of quest that he would not personally engage with. And I think that would be fine. That would establish a general idea of Lara Croft being able to be in more adventures if they were ever able to make more Tomb Raider games. I don't know, though, if you really could make any more Tomb Raider games in this series, as you're already dealing with the apocalypse and you've raised the stakes way too high. Maybe she'll reboot the world and then she'll be back to the iconic green tank top and hot pants and dual guns. I think there is probably a real problem with the idea of rebooting Tomb Raider and then swearing off ever having a green tank top of any kind and hot pants, shorts, and 2 guns. Like, that's what people know Lara Croft from. There is also some weirdness in her voice acting, in that she comes off as a little bit low energy. I hate to use that phrase in this case, but it's probably the best way. a little out of breath when she's reading or describing an object, and very much she has an accent of somebody that would be from like the United States English. Like it's very much a U.S. actor or just a generic USA dialogue, which is to say it's basically no dialogue as much as possible to start with, or accent, um, which makes absolutely no sense when you go back and listen to the child version of Lara Croft, and she has a very British English accent, and she uses a lot bigger words. The child Lara Croft is using like 12-letter words in describing some of the artifacts you find in that flashback sequences with a perfect British child's accent, and you get a English speaking sounding Lara Croft in the main game, who notoriously has been programmed to just drop a S word every time she's falling procedurally. So she's like cussing, and she's cussing using United States cuss words too, saying SHIT versus SHITE. You could certainly have at least gone that far. Can I guess, do any better than what I have? Probably not, and it doesn't matter, I'm gonna win. But yeah, it's incredibly hard to care about Shadow of the Tomb Raider's story as the game is crashing and as there is basically no story. It's incredibly easy to break game flow throughout everything. Just every 5 minutes or so you're going to walk by a document, and then you're going to pick up that document and stand still as you're listening to what the document describes or says, and then you're going to go back into a really small number of areas where there are enemies. One thing that it feels like would really improve almost all of the tombs is if they just had some kind of targets or guards in faraway points. Some guard standing on some platform that you could never possibly reach, but you could shoot it with a bow and arrow, and get some XP that way, or just be interested in shooting it for some action. There's very little like fighting action that happens in the game overall, but there's basically none when you're doing the platforming action, and the platforming action is just very cinematic. The level design is awful. It is always a big loop. There are no side paths, really. There's no shortcuts. It would make a lot more sense if this was more of a Myst style exploration puzzle game for them to be long loops. But even at that, when you look at like Abduction, that is a much more open game than Shadow of the Tomb Raider is. It's the same gimmicks as far as doing the platforming over and over again. You'll find a place where you jump in the water and then there's no turning back, but almost always there is turning back, and you exit from that place where you jump in the water. There's also covering yourself in mud for stealth when you're fighting people, and getting in the water will wash off the mud, but you will jump into the water considerably faster than that. Interesting. I'm supposed to send 7 cards to the graveyard? Well, this sucks. So do we want to lose? We could lose this. That's fine. Feel like that was 7 unique cards, but no, I guess it wasn't. This guy is doing something weird, trying to manipulate my deck. But overall, yeah, Shadow of the Tomb Raider is just really grindy, and I feel like I probably over-described just how grindy it is. I do think smaller games would make a lot more sense, and it's a shame that I really can't play the original Tomb Raider games to have a better understanding of what those games were like. There are definitely some points when you're inside of the cities of Shadow of the Tomb Raider where it feels like they are just experimenting with the same ideas of Hitman, but doing it way worse with fewer characters, in which there's just a lot of NPC characters that are walking around. But in Hitman, the NPC characters are either providing cover or they're getting in your way. And it just makes a lot more sense that there would be NPC characters in those instances. Right, so I guess I have to do this. You do this, but then you can't activate this ability. Then you swap to this. And then we will activate this ability. It's no surprise that so many people, just mainstream gamers, just don't talk about video games. Or, frankly, I have failed to find a good forum in which mainstream gamers talk about video games. Because at a certain level, there is no such thing as a mainstream gamer who, which excludes me from being a mainstream gamer, really, too. Like, most mainstream gamers don't go on something like Reset Era or Reddit and talk about video games. If anything, maybe mainstream gamers are hitting a point now where they all have their own YouTube channels, and that's the people that would talk about it. But at a certain point, then you stop being a mainstream gamer, and just because you are a content creator at that point. But yeah, despite that, it does definitely not surprise me why hype dies down after the first couple of weeks around the game, is that people just get into these games and they're really, really grindy. And I think Crystal Dynamics was really trying to do something there, in the sense of with Hitman having seasons, so that they could just add a small area. Well, now I'm doomed. I don't know if I can, if there's anything I can play here. It really highlights, I think, the fallacy of playtime in particular. Like, well, that didn't work any better than anything else. I guess I should have chosen the other direction, but I think I've just lost. Yeah. At a certain level, I guess what I would want with Lara Croft is it to be more of an idea around like young Indiana Jones adventures, which is not a show that I watched or remember, but the general concept of every year or two you would get a game. It would be fairly small, it would be about 3D platforming and puzzling, or you would get a game that clearly highlights some other aspect. There is a hint that you would run into a lot of boss fights at the beginning when you're fighting a jaguar for Shadow of the Tomb Raider. That is basically a complete lie, because after you fight the jaguar the second time, you are going to spend 8 to 10 hours if you are doing the whole collectathon and running around and finding collectibles to get experience points to then upgrade your skills. Now, perhaps it is very much a case that you should speedrun Shadow of the Tomb Raider and ignore all the collectibles. I think you might find the game fairly difficult at that point, since even though there is a 3x3 grid of different difficulty settings around Shadow of the Tomb Raider, none of them really help you that much when it comes to fighting. I think I'm on the easiest setting as far as actually fighting characters and having more health, and still there's plenty of opportunities where you're going to get overwhelmed and killed, and increasingly once you're about 2/3 of the way through the game, they introduce these smoke bombs, and they expect you to use that on top of the stealth mechanic, which they introduce very early in the game, which they expect you to use that. Coming out and doing all out, like, man on man, shoot a gun at people warfare is likely to get you killed, although the guns are good enough that you can actually pull it off. It doesn't feel like a game where you're supposed to run and gun by any means. We're getting some major upgrades as far as the interface, it seems to. I also hopefully can remember to show you the Duel Live. They've changed how that works a lot more than I thought they did. But yeah, the second room in which they expect you to use the smoke bombs, they make it really poorly as far as the rooms that are supposed to be characters with cones of vision and pathfinding. I feel like, if anything, the people in charge of those encounters got worse from the second game, because there's just at no point a section that makes sense there as far as how I was supposed to use smoke bombs to take out 6 or 7 people. Yeah, they start you off with a room the first time you get the smoke bomb, and there are 2 people, and it's very obvious they're standing on opposite sides of the room, and they are sometimes looking at each other, and with the survival instincts you can tell whether somebody is seen or not. Now, if you had survival instincts turned off, you wouldn't be able to tell, so that'd be fairly risky. So it's pretty obvious you smoke bomb the far-sighted person, and stab the guy in the back that is nearer to you, then you run into the smoke and kill the guy. Like, I can't imagine that there's any other aspects there. And it does highlight that you have an advantage, obviously, that the other characters don't, in that your survival instincts, your magical survival instincts, let you see through the smoke. That being said, when I tried to do it in that room, I was able to stealth kill the first person, but I started to immediately be seen through the smoke for the second person, who's supposed to be coughing and blinded in the smoke, or at least that's what you would assume would happen. And once you're done with that one room, they give you another room that is at least 5 times as big and has a bunch of other gameplay mechanics as far as stealth goes. So it would push you to do just more traditional sneaking around, stabbing people in the back when they're not looking stealth. And then there are some smoke bombs, but there's basically nothing that would indicate to me where to stand and where to throw the smoke bombs. In particular, there's 2 enemies in this room of the 5 that are just in the middle of the room, looking in opposite directions. So taking those 2 out without alerting everybody else in the room would be nearly impossible. That's the thing I'd say about Shadow of the Tomb Raider in general, is that there is a massive lack of care, it feels like, in how anything is designed. It's just shove it all together. Almost certainly the relationship between Crystal Dynamics and Square Enix had diminished severely by this point. And Square Enix was just, I guess, fulfilling its contract with its publisher and delivering what was promised, but not really caring about it. Which would hope that Crystal Dynamics has something that they've secretly been working on and held back from Square Enix. Whether those are just ideas or actual code. And so we could have some potential hope that Embracer Group now would do something amazing as far as the Tomb Raider series. And we definitely would hope that the Hitman series can continue to grow and satisfy its audience more. But arguably, it feels like the Hitman series is just a little too ambitious for what will never be a main top tier game. Whereas Uncharted shows that Tomb Raider games could be a top tier game, and the lack of Indiana Jones games still has that opening. Although, honestly, I don't know if Lara Croft really shouldn't just be Embracer Group's mascot, their Mario character. I kind of think she works fairly well for that. She doesn't have much of a personality around her. Let's see, let's go ahead and activate this now. Then let's see, how many people can we get on the field? Let's try something a little crazier here. I'm going to say 2 characters. Then banish those 2. That's gonna summon this. And then I'm gonna activate this ability. And well, he's just gonna surrender. I did opt to change my quality of service on my network back to traditional quality of service on my router. Like, Cake works 99% of the time, but it does seem like it has some odd disconnects, particularly on the weekends when AT&T decides to just throttle the internet, which it's fairly obvious to me that AT&T is just straight up throttling the internet on the weekends and applying some kind of other cute quality of service adaptation. Yeah, now I'm really just at a point where I'm trying to figure out when did I start AT&T and like when does the contract end, which I probably could just look that up if I'd spend even 5 minutes on it. Let's see. We're nearly gone 50 minutes. I want to get to platinum, but I don't know if I really should. I actually have some extra work. I need to install a ceiling fan of all things after today's stream, and I don't want to potentially electrocute myself. Which, nah, it's pretty safe to install a ceiling fan depending on how it's wired. The main thing is to just make sure that your house doesn't for some reason have a hot neutral, and that you're not grounded and going to touch that hot neutral, and that it isn't for some reason wired so terribly that you're going to have a hotline, positive terminal, whatever you would call it. They just call it the hotline, I guess. Hot wire, not hotline. But yeah, as long as there's not actual electricity going through when the light switch is switched off, you can safely avoid even flipping a circuit breaker. Worst case scenario, you do have to flip a circuit breaker, and then, unless there is some incredibly poor wiring, you should be safe. Worst case scenario there, if you have incredibly poor wiring, you flip the main circuit breaker, and if that still doesn't secure it, then you are in an incredibly dangerous situation as far as your wiring goes. It'll be an interesting experiment to see if this Chinese branded smart ceiling fan, is what I've got, can work as well as just a name brand ceiling fan. It's interesting because the first thing it does is it converts everything down to a 24 volt 48 watt amount of circuitry of power. So there's just a transformer box that converts that down to kind of an interesting like amount, 24 volt 48 watts, and then that transformer box has just a positive and negative 2-wire connection into a connector for the rest of the ceiling fan that has then the smart receiver and the circuitry, the Wi-Fi and the controllers to different things. This ceiling fan also has a bunch more settings as far as just how many speeds it can have. I think it has somewhere between 6 and 9 speeds, whereas if you're talking old ceiling fans that don't have any intelligence in it, you would have 3 speeds on the ceiling fans, really. And you would have just on and off on the lights. This has LED lights. It almost certainly is the future, whether we want it or not, that ceiling fans and every light fixture is going to have its own kind of proprietary LED connection. There probably should be a standard there as far as the quick connector for the LEDs and the arrangement of the LEDs, but the Edison bulbs and Edison sockets, things like that, are almost certainly going away. And in ceiling fans, a lot of them were never Edison bulbs in the first place. They were smaller, designed for vibration light bulbs, candelabra style light bulbs. So it's always been very non-standard. But yeah, then you also run into the problem though that if the ceiling fan works perfectly well, you kind of would want them in every room of the house. But you also have to weigh that on the advantage of having a smart ceiling fan. It is pretty obvious that a ceiling fan with a remote is the minimum you would like. Like, there's never been a case where somebody has put a ceiling fan, light switch, or fan switch, or both next to a bed, wherever a bed would be. So, in any bedroom, it makes a lot of sense to have a remote. Even in a dining room or a living room, it's still convenient to have ceiling fans on remotes. But to take it to the next step and say, hey, this is going to be a smart thing where I could potentially schedule when the light comes on, and that can be part of my alarm clock, which is my hope there. Or I can adjust the color temperature of the LEDs. I don't think the LEDs need to have colors as far as red, green, and blue, but a warm white versus a cool white option, and being able to adjust that to your own liking or to different times of the day is very nice. Potentially, I wouldn't really agree with it because ceiling fans don't do anything if a human's not in the room. They actually make the room hotter because their engines or the motor of the ceiling fan is putting out heat. They make it a human feel cooler because it's causing the sweat on a human to evaporate. But if you could get a motion sensor in your room, and then all of a sudden when walking in a room the ceiling fan comes on and off, that makes some sense. You could also just set it to a temperature sensor, but I would advise caution because of what I just said there. But I could see a scenario too. Now that I've turned on my air conditioner's big blower fan to be on 24/7, there definitely are points, like right now even, where I'm fairly cold, and I wouldn't want to. I can't get that micro adjustments of half of a degree. That being said, I am probably needing to adjust my Ecobee thermostat because I did tweak a setting called overcool and increase the number of degrees it overcools past what its target is, and I think I could get some more efficiency, more electricity savings by setting that back to the default. And that might add some more comfort to me. One thing though I've noticed is that there is definitely a point where it sometimes gets very humid in my house, and my air conditioner just cannot handle reducing humidity when it's humid outside and it's also humid inside. Like high humidity, it cannot bring it down. Not in any way that's reasonable. It makes it incredibly too cold in the house. And even the thermostat itself says that it's not a very efficient way. So at some point I may just need to buy a dehumidifier. Alright. So attack there. And attack there. And then summon Zeus. It is weird to certainly spend the whole weekend actually making footage. I'm not great at making footage anymore. Like, I definitely am not capable of making 3 pre-recorded games for my channel, which is a problem because as I'm getting more and more subscribers and getting close to that 1,000 subscriber point, it is just making it increasingly obvious that I'm not likely to have enough watch time. So I may hit the 1,000 subscriber point, and then it may be years later before I could meet that threshold for monetization, which at that point the threshold very possibly will change. I think this has to be our last game for today, though. We're making great progress, certainly towards ranked platinum, and I may even play off screen. I think I may have taken the first step to actually breaking myself from playing Marvel Snap. In part, I think there's a real problem in that it seems to me like you're not getting the same rewards when you play the Conquest mode as if you just play regularly. So by introducing the Conquest mode, not only does it seem like they've added extra desire on the developer's part for you to play even more games, but they've kind of doubled and tripled the amount of games you would want to play. So I very possibly am not getting the season rewards now, because I have just been playing in Conquest mode. And it's weird. I'm missing maybe like 3 cards in the entire collection, but what does that matter? Like, they'll add 3 more cards in the next quarter at least, if not in the next couple of months, and then you would be missing those. You would really have to enjoy Marvel Snap to stick with it and play with it and continue to unlock cards. And some of the things they've done have made it easier to unlock the missing cards you're looking for, but they still have not done anything to make a version of Marvel Snap that's fun to play, in my opinion. So, as far as big news, this is probably not big news. Microsoft has seemingly fixed a matchmaking for a 16-year-old Shadowrun game. A small but passionate community has resurrected the game in recent months. I wouldn't be surprised if this is perhaps just virtual machine improvements, as these old games are running in virtual machines. Xbox 360s are running in virtual machines on Xbox One and Xbox Series consoles. It could also be that there's a easy, obvious improvement that somebody did. Okay. Okay, so the question here is big money. Can we? I would have to assume move is to summon this first. Activate this. Get rid of that. Put that in attack position. Guess maybe we can't use that as a sacrifice, can we? Alright, well then let's cancel. I could discard a card and disable this ability. Yeah. To me it seems like unless I could use this to disable this, then summon something different. This will just take a couple turns. Video Games Chronicle also says an interesting point here. The EU said that cell phones, and I guess maybe just mobile devices in general, must have replaceable batteries starting in 2027, which is still a far enough way around, but that seems to also include mobile gaming handhelds. Would that also include toys in general? Well, in general, toys, remotes, things like that already have replaceable batteries. The only real limitation is that for toys, they have to have a screw to hold down the battery compartments so that the kids can't get to the batteries and swallow them, which at a certain point, if we could just make smaller batteries or differently shaped batteries, kids wouldn't be able to swallow them in the first place. It wouldn't be crazy even to do like pin caps and have batteries that actually have batteries that actually had holes in the center of them. Although I don't know if there ever actually was any proof to say that the holes did anything. Wait. Before we do anything here, let's activate this and see if okay, that didn't work. Let's just activate this and see how this works. Toss this one. Cut that one in half. Summon this. Okay. This is taking too long. It does seem like that might be a very interesting twist, certainly, to have replaceable batteries. Noticeably, though, nobody has really complained about the batteries being drained or not working that well on the Switch. I think that probably highlights more of a case that very few people are playing the Switch in a way that the batteries are really draining, or maybe Nintendo is just very good with their battery management. That might be the case too. I think they're mostly just playing with the batteries. The Switch is docked. That would be my guess. So we'll go ahead and receive all these daily quests. But it definitely would be an interesting experience when you look at the Steam Deck or the Switch's batteries, in that those are very custom squares, or two things of squares. There's not a standard connector. We've had standard connectors in the past, and they've gotten away from that. They mostly like to glue batteries down in devices, because anywhere they can use glue is just faster on the assembly line for the Foxconn workers, in the case of Nintendo, to assemble it. But honestly, replaceable batteries might not mean that much to the Switch or the Steam Deck, because it's fairly reasonable that somebody could take apart the Switch or the Steam Deck and replace the batteries, where it is considerably less reasonable to change the battery on some of the iPhones and cell phones out there, where you have to crack the sides of the connector apart and remove the entire screen and disconnect multiple connectors as far as ribbon wires and multiple tiny screws. But yeah, we may, hopefully, I kind of hope it happens, have a future where batteries become much more standard and much more replaceable, and then the life of devices lasts a lot longer. Although in the case of the Nintendo Switch, at some point Nintendo could potentially put an update out that significantly reduces the usefulness of the Switch anyways. And if you have to buy batteries from somebody else, if the batteries are $300 to replace the Switch's batteries, that's not really reasonable. I wanted to show how they've made this Duel Live now part of several replays, and I don't know if these are curated replays as far as ranked duels or what, but then there is also this looped mode here that will just go on forever, which, ironically, come to think of it, since I'm getting the feeling I need to go to the bathroom, I'm going to start a Duel Live here as a way of pausing my footage and take a 20-minute bathroom break or so, and pause the actual recording, so the recording will miss out on the footage, but I won't be talking, and then I'll come back. Sorry about this. Okay, we're now unpaused, and yeah, that works fairly well. I've also changed it as far as I've got to go to the bathroom IBS situation. Of course, I would have to turn off my blur if I was at this point, when we've turned on just the web peak and the blur, to go back to showing Yu-Gi-Oh, which would take a little extra effort. But yeah, that works pretty well, and I promise not to abuse it too much and just turn on auto playing of other people playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Let's get to the big news now, and let's get through the regular news. Payday 3 will apparently require an online connection to play, even in single player. Cross progression and crossplay were the reasons given for this, according to Video Games Chronicles. Okay, either you believe them or you don't as for the reason there, but it's just yet another game that is degrading the ability to play something offline, even in single player mode. Which, yeah, it's been an awkward journey, certainly. You can't really draw a direct line from something like Shadow of the Tomb Raider, which is adding a bunch of stumbling blocks, speed bumps, and how it flows to make the game feel longer. And then the eventual transition to the point where creators have given up on creating anything at all, and that they just want to use multiplayer as a way of keeping people playing. That being said, what I really haven't understood until very recently about the Payday series is that it was Left 4 Dead, but without the zombies. And had they better explained to me that this is Left 4 Dead without the zombies, and it really is a game that is designed to be played with 4 players, I'd be more lenient to the always online connection aspect. That being said, you can play Left 4 Dead in solo mode, single player mode, without being connected to the internet, I'm fairly certain. So the outrage is valid, certainly, that in some potential future, and really game developers should suspect that at some point the internet may not exist. Like, it may not exist as it is. There may be just something that kind of supersedes it and replaces it, and every part of the internet, down to like the TCP layers of information, may change drastically. But also, I don't know, major crises could happen. Climate crisis. It could get so hot that wires start just melting off the poles or melting in the underground layers. Major wars, conflict. It's kind of stupid to assume that the internet would last forever, whereas your artistic creation should try to last forever. Nobody's really shooting to have their game potentially be the next Mona Lisa, talked about hundreds of years later. Or, you know what, the next Pyramids of Giza would be a much better comparison. Like, nobody's even trying for their games to last even a couple years. And this is where potentially regulations and rules and laws may need to come in to say, for historical preservation, at the very least, you need to find a way to make these games playable at some level offline. And we really have long since passed the point where dedicated servers should be the only option for any game. It really should be a case that at almost any game could have local servers, or at the very least you could spin up your own personal dedicated server if you wanted to. And we haven't gotten anywhere close to that idea. Apparently Sega says that the Sega Saturn is difficult to turn into a mini console, according to the Sega businesses, using that difficult phrase in Japanese, which just means hell no. I think perhaps there is a distaste for the Sega Saturn in particular amongst Sega, because unless I'm misunderstanding what I just heard from DF Retro, Sega Saturn was really a major flop. I never saw anything that looked like this. This is basically the first time I've ever even seen a Sega Saturn. It was a major flop in part because of them trying to do Sega of America and sell and distribute physical hardware right when the PlayStation 1 was kicking Sega's butt. And it led to basically Sega of America failing in the past, which there's a new Sega of America, but and it led to Sega, I think, generally just leaving the or taking the first steps to leaving the hardware industry. Obviously, the Sega Dreamcast came out next. But yeah, unless I'm just spouting off nonsense here, I think the Sega Saturn was coming out right as they were still supporting the 32X and the CDI, not the Philips CDI, the Sega CD. Looking at this, it looks like there's a cartridge slot in the back and a CD in the front, and if anything, it feels like this is just an optimized version of what you could have done with the Master System and the Sega Genesis, by adding add-ons and hardware that people who were Sega fans would have already done. And yeah, if this is the device DF Retro was just talking about, I should pay better attention. This Sega Saturn also just did not have any real optimization for any 3D at all. So if they were to make a mini version of this, it would have to be popular in Japan, and I bet it's not popular in Japan. I bet very likely it didn't even come out to many sales in Japan, and it would have to have a game lineup, and inherently this is not the way forward. This is not the way. Star Wars reference there, for Sega to bring back old games and sell the games, which would be way cheaper and more efficient. Plus, in general, let's just step away from the problems with the Sega Saturn. There's major problems with just the mini consoles in general. Nintendo, for their own finances, did the smart move by making very few mini Super NESs and Super Famicom minis, selling them out and then getting the press coverage for it and the hype around it, but then mostly just pushing people to the eShop to play old games. I'm not sure that there was a single thing on the NES Mini or the Famicom Mini that isn't just on the eShop also, except for maybe Star Fox 2, as that exclusive game for the Super NES Mini. But yeah, Nintendo noticeably not making a GameCube Mini, not making a Nintendo 64 Mini. The pandemic caused making these kinds of physical hardware gadgets make very little sense. And yeah, you're still better off buying a Raspberry Pi, if even at a high price. Like buying a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus will do very well, and give you a decent price, and then you could get a case that looks like a NES or a Super NES or a Sega Genesis. I'm not sure you could find one for a Sega Saturn, but you would be much better off setting something up like that on the Raspberry Pi. But it all really cuts into being fairly expensive compared to just buying a Steam Deck and running emulators on your Steam Deck, and also being able to play regular games on your Steam Deck too. Yeah, and that's what really would kill any kind of nostalgia based item like this, is that emulation has just gotten easier and easier, and your options as far as small form factor emulation have gotten better and better. It's kind of unlikely that you're even going to get much of a boost in performance if you bought a Raspberry Pi 4 B Plus or whatever is the biggest, newest Raspberry Pi 4s, to emulate games, because while that may improve your performance on Nintendo 64 games, which were lackluster on the 3B Plus, it's not going to jump you to the next step of playing PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3 games or Xbox 360 games, Xbox original games. You need just more hardware, and frankly they just need more time to write those emulators to be better coded. And ironically, I definitely feel like now as we're getting to the point where Raspberry Pis are getting cheap enough to potentially purchase them again, I don't know what I'd really want to do with them as far as emulation goes. I I think there might be better options to be had, frankly. Um, so yeah, I don't know if I fully would recommend going down that route further. We never had a renaissance through RetroPie or emulation of people making new games for old consoles or uh, any other kind of progress there. So, yeah. And frankly, it's been kind of hard to find compute module based like Game Boy portable Red Pi, RetroPie devices that were worth their money. Moving on, we've got some other cosplayers, although noticeably today, the cosplayers are staying kind of away from the lewd images, so maybe Twitter has decided to start to censor more of the straight up lewd and nude posts. There definitely was a point there 3 or 4 weeks ago where I was getting full on nudity and pornography, which is more than welcome to me on Twitter. But yeah, nothing was getting flagged, nothing was getting taken down. But here we have a Overwatch character. Although I will say on the photography here, let's just start to assume by assuming that this is a CGI thing here, and that this isn't somebody in an actual costume. If this is actually somebody in a costume that they built, then that's quite an impressive amount of work and should be the focus of the picture. But it looks a little too cartoony to be real. And then you have a lot of dust here that feels like it's been added after the effects too, which is not then highlighting the boots and the jeans very well. Rocky background is fine. You've got a nice little prop gun. Looks like you've decorated the hat pretty well. I'm not familiar with this character, but the wig looks alright, although not very natural looking. It's very obviously almost like a Halloween Banshees wig. What could be an off-the-shelf white shirt and a vest. The posing here is really bad, though. Makeup is perhaps too nice for the character. It's kind of unbelievable that a cowboy gunslinger character would have bright red lipstick and dark black eyelashes and eyeshadow and just this amount of pretty makeup. That is often, I think, the problem with a lot of these cosplayers who are really just trying to push people to their OnlyFans, is that they're not willing to play the character as far as the face. They always want their face to be as pretty as possible. And you see that in actors as a complaints for a lot of actresses too, is that they're not willing to contort their faces and act and show emotion in their face. And so then they have just their 4 or 5 poses that they do in their faces to always get the best shot of it from the camera on their face. And usually those actresses don't go very far. Here we have perhaps not a video game character. I'm really expanding the cosplay here, but you have a witch. What is her name? Wanda. Yeah. Scarlet Witch. Yeah. Scarlet Witch outfit. This looks like real hair that has perhaps been dyed to be red, which feels much more natural than that white wig. You have a custom made headpiece. Makeup is much more natural and toned down. Then you have a very nice looking custom made coat from the looks of it, unless there is some kind of off the shelf design of a coat like this. And the coat is integrating very well to what looks like an undershirt. I guess the whole thing is probably a shirt in general, and it just has this kind of belt sash things. Comic books being very weird, certainly. And then you just have kind of generic black pants and black boots, which is fine. You can see tears and cuts on the bottom of this sash and the skirt. Yeah, the pieces make it hard to see how they really connect, but that's a nice outfit. This seems to have been at the Japan Expo 2023, and you can see in this case she was photographed just in the middle of the hallway instead of a cosplay corner, and you can see a lot of like blurred out people just in regular dress. Although weirdly, I question if this actually was taken at the Japan Expo, because there's a lot of big people and I'm not seeing any real Asians here. So, but that is kind of the lie that often happens here with hashtags, is that they'll just hashtag things inaccurately to get attention. But yeah, my main complaint here would be posing her, and just the background on this one. She's got a decent pose, black on her fingers, I assume from being burnt from casting a spell. She's doing kind of like a Dragon Ball spell maneuver. And then here we have a Tomb Raider, more lewd image, which, yeah, kind of the wrong hair color. According to Shadow of the Tomb Raider, she has black hair color. I frankly wouldn't really notice if they changed Lara Croft's hair color to blonde or red or any color whatsoever. It would be very easy for me to overlook that, as long as it's kind of in a long, probably less fluffier than this ponytail, and probably about half the length on this. That being said, the costume part of this lewd cosplay is basically non-existent. Here you have low legs or hip hugger pants, just barely covering anything up at all, and you have a shirt that she's pulling down and it's too small to show as much cleavage as possible, and then you have a gun holster. You don't even have guns on the side, and certainly this is not encouraged with the rebooted series of the Tomb Raider as far as these kinds of lewd revealing outfits. But even if she was doing the old original Tomb Raider, this color palette, as far as no green tank top, no lighter grayish or brown khaki shorts. So is this really cosplay at that point? I would say no, it isn't. To get away from cosplay for a while, I don't know why I'm really bothering to spend any time on it, other than it's just catching my eye. And you know what? Live streams are at a point where it is just me talking about whatever I want and whatever crazy angle I'm thinking about there. So either just come along with the journey or don't is about as much as I can say. I had a thought of potentially even renaming the podcast playlist. I have it right now as like "What's Up with Rydo," but the inside the mind of, or in the mind of madness with Rydo, or something like that might be better descriptive. Although, noticeably, I think the push towards podcast was something that the new person in charge of YouTube wanted to have happen, and then they've really done nothing with it. So, but I don't hate the idea of a Alphabet/Google company having an idea, putting out the product, shoving it out there, and then just leaving it alone and not really supporting it much. versus what they usually do, which is shove something out there and then tend to advertise it very heavily at the beginning and then eventually go quiet about it, and then eventually a couple years later or a year later canceling it completely. So I hope they don't just cancel the podcast idea completely, but there is a decent chance they would. They'll just try to update their internal systems, and they'll realize, oh, podcasts are in the way of the next big change we want to make, so we'll get rid of it. Apparently, a free-to-play multiplayer action game, One Punch Man World, is coming to the West. I'm probably fairly certain I saw this before, but I don't know how this really would play. I haven't heard any real major reception on it. It would almost have to be the case that I don't think you play as Saitama, the One Punch Man, because his whole gimmick is that he defeats everybody in one punch. So I think he is actually your finisher move in a fighting game, and you're playing as other characters. Although it does seem like at some point Saitama can just wander around. But yeah, I really am slightly confused as to how you would make a One Punch Man and how it would be a multiplayer action game in particular. It's almost certainly just a microtransaction laden mobile game that's been ported to PC. Major Nelson, Larry Herb, I mispronounced his name, I guess, a lot. He asked for a lot of people to tweet him and comment him, and he definitely was getting people to talk to him, and I think he's immediately suffering from that mistake, because like he's saying, whoops, I was actually only set so I could get messages from verified users only. Apparently he's claiming that Twitter flipped that on him. It's very possible Twitter did flip it on him. But yeah. And then he's also talking about he's now trying to reply to everybody that commented him. I mean, it's straight up insanity that he would want everybody just to talk to him. Which, if anything, either that means he doesn't understand how Twitter works, he doesn't understand how Twitter works right now, or he has effectively been fired and has nothing better to do at this time, and is so OCD about being active that he can't just sit in his house and do nothing. But yeah, he says he's working his way through thousands of DMs. I'm not copying, pasting replies. I want to respond to what was sent. Thanks for your patience. It all just seems really crazy. Noticeably, his background picture here is not of Microsoft anymore, where I'm fairly certain it was. And instead we have a crescent moon, and he has emojis next to his names as far as a star goes, which, let's see, what is the Moon TV production company called? Not Quarter Moon Productions. Movie. It's not TV. Moon Movie Productions. Not the movie Moon. Moon with the kid fishing. Kid fishing on the moon. DreamWorks movie. Okay. That's DreamWorks. Okay, so we know the name. Now, let's drop that part. Just look up DreamWorks Wikipedia. DreamWorks Animation. I'm fairly certain that this is owned by Disney. Yeah, we're doing some investigative journalism here. Okay. So DreamWorks Animation, also known as DreamWorks Animation Studios or simply known as DreamWorks, is a subsidiary of Universal Pictures and NBC Universal, which NBC Universal, certainly part of the strike at the moment. Let's see. Universal Pictures, the presence. In 2016, Comcast officially announced that its NBC Universal division intended to on acquiring DreamWorks Animation for $3.8 billion. DreamWorks Animation's last film distributed by 20th Century Fox was Captain Underpants, the first epic movie in 2017. Gotta scroll down here for. On August 5th, 2022, DreamWorks announced plans to release their rendering software Moonray as an open source software in late 2022. In January 2020, 5 new DreamWorks animation shows were announced for Hulu and NBC Universal's new streaming service Peacock. Alright, well, so maybe Boss Baby they still own. Abominable seems to be their newest franchise. The Trolls movies probably have some relevance. How to Train Your Dragon could make some sense. Madagascar's probably a little too old. Shrek's a little too old. And, you know, they probably could remake Prince of Egypt. So this is full speculation on my part, certainly. But this might be a hint as to where Major Nelson is going. That he's going to go and be the person in charge of DreamWorks. Maybe the person in charge of running their Moonray open source rendering software, which is an interesting idea. Here you can see he has updated all of this as formerly known as Xbox's Major Nelson, worked at Xbox for 2 decades at Major Nelson Threads, link here. I've heard from some right-wing people that Threads seems to be majorly down, and I could understand that. Certainly it's not a very appealing thing to start all over again and be under the influence and censorship of Facebook and that Facebook and Instagram. You also see like a D star here, that kind of swoosh that almost makes a D, which also could be DreamWorks. This obviously is just a generic crescent moon. Of course, this also could be an indication that he's just retiring. He's pretty old, too. But mark my words, I need a counter. I need a list somewhere where I say mark my word here. My guess, my speculation, is that Larry Hibbert, Major Nelson, formerly Major Nelson, is going to be working at, if not running, DreamWorks. NBC Universal's acquisition from CBS is not that new to kind of justify somebody new coming in, but it is old enough that after NBC was Universal was acquired and Peacock happened, I could see them trying to kick somebody out of being in charge of DreamWorks and put somebody else in charge of that. Arguably, Major Nelson would be taking a fairly lower position, but probably a higher position as like a CEO or president of DreamWorks, but being a subsidiary of a subsidiary of a subsidiary. So that would be a tough, almost parallel job change move or a demotion, perhaps, unless he becomes the president of NBC, Universal, or Comcast, which I don't think there's any reason to speculate that. Like, at a certain point, I could see him being the president of NBC Universal, maybe not Comcast. That being said, the people in charge of NBC Universal basically are never going to leave and have already fought to stay there. So it would be very weird for the NBC Universal president to leave. And remember, at some point, Giant Bomb was owned by NBC Universal. Not at the last point, or the latest point. Moving on to actual news. A game called Audible, which is the first game of a beloved children's series, is now ready for public testing. It's also known as 80 Junior's World of Discoveries. I've never heard of these games. It's part of the Goblin series, I guess. This is their next push for another engine to be supported. Let's see. Did they mention what the engine is called? Doesn't seem to mention it. Then down here they're saying, as much as ScumVM aims to replicate the original gaming experience, there's one feature we are unfortunately unable to support. When the hardworking children complete their virtual sweets collection, the message invites them to mail a floppy disk with their save game to the Cocktail Vision, who would send them a parcel containing cocktail goodies and actual sweets. So if you're introducing children to the Audible through ScumVM, be prepared to go to the nearest shop and buy some candy when they finish the game. I've never heard of this. Audible series. It's not part of the Goblin series. Although the floppy releases has him speak some strange gibberish as heard, the same strange gibberish as heard in the Goblin series. So it's not part of this. I'd like to know more about this. Let's see if we can get a general idea of what this looks like. Do some more research. Yeah, it's a French game. That's the reason why I've never heard of it. And then if we take a look here, you can definitely see it's for little kids. Alright, well, half the ScumVM games are for little kids. Moving on as far as news, I'm moving incredibly slow today. The UK supermarket Tesco is going to stop selling physical games. The retailer says the move reflects customers' shift towards digital entertainment. Um, Increasingly, I kind of agree with this idea, although notably there's probably more of a split that needs to happen here. Um, or maybe this is as far as it can go, in that you have a bunch of what looks like Nintendo Switch games at the top, which is weird because then kids can't even reach it, and then PlayStation 4 Call of Duty at the bottom, and maybe Rogue Squadron at the bottom, and then Modern Warfare, and what is this? Dark Knights. That's a weird seller, and then you have another kids game here at the top. So as far as the shelving goes, there's a full split here where the same games for different consoles are right next to each other instead of having different sections for different consoles, and they're putting all the kids games at the top and all of the adult rated M for mature games at the bottom, which makes no sense. Like, adults don't want to have to bend down to the lowest shelf either. And then you're selling the split here in that you're trying to sell only the big AAA games, really, instead of focusing on physical sales for kids, probably exclusively on the Switch, which notably, this Star Wars game here doesn't even have a Switch version. I would suspect maybe this was the Switch version and it's sold out, where the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series versions are not selling out. But yeah, I would definitely say, as far as selling things on the shelves, it makes a lot of sense to still have kids games and games that are cheap that you can just grab and go with. It kind of makes some sense to have a few copies of the physical big AAA games, FIFA, Modern Warfare, Call of Duty, but selling headphones and headsets probably not really necessary. Although there may be enough people that throw headphones and controllers to justify physically selling those too. There basically is no digital sales as far as Nintendo games, so them getting rid of all physical games is an overreaction. What this is the UK, but in the United States, it would make a lot of sense if you started to see GameStops inside of Best Buys, inside of Walmarts, inside of Targets. Just taking the concept of this is a GameStop, but we're inside of another store, and the other store is selling other things as well. But we also have gotten all of the pawn shop elements and laws settled as far as selling used games, or giving store credit or real money credit to return used games, and just use the GameStop branding, which is probably not even worth that much, to have those stores inside of other stores, which other stores are also suffering. Inherently, all retail stores are just getting shrunken by online sales and Amazon, but there's a certain percentage of people and certain scenarios where you would still want to go to a storefront. Amazon has not perfected by any means a way of paying and treating their employees well, while also delivering things in a fast and timely manner. And so if I want to play a video game, or if I have a kid that wants to play a video game, I would want to be able to go to the store and get that game just then and there. Although, honestly, it may have been decades ago since you ever really had a guarantee of something like that. Even now, if you go to a GameStop looking for an older game, there is a decent chance you won't be able to find it at that store. Looking for a brand new game, there's also a decent chance you won't be able to find it at that store. Let's see. Cyan wanted to tell people that the Firmament soundtrack is a WSA Game Music Award nominee, and they're telling you just like step by step how to nominate and vote. That being said, I've never even heard of WSA Game Music Awards, which is interesting. World Soundtrack of America or Africa? Yeah. Games and their soundtracks in particular are not something people talk about or focus on as much as they probably should. And certainly TV and movie soundtracks have significantly diminished from what they used to be. Music in general has significantly diminished. And that's something I would have hoped that the internet would have actually improved, and things like even YouTube would have greatly improved, is that there would have been a lot more breakout hits or one-hit wonders of people singing songs or writing their own music, and that seems like that's completely out the window these days. Here we have a cosplayer doing, I assume, Ellie from Last of Us, although notably this probably is fairly close to the character. It just highlights how the character in the costume there is not very good. Seems like it's just an off-the-shelf coat and the guitar covering up most of her outfit and jeans, and then the character you can't even see with what looks like an off-the-shelf coat. So this really is just boiling down to face and makeup, and at least there's some scars and bruises here that kind of make some sense for Ellie in Last of Us 2. This does remind me, as far as this flashlight, this vest flashlight, in Shadow of the Tomb Raider you have a vest flashlight that is basically just an LED round circle. It doesn't even have this rectangular battery pack type idea, and it frankly looks too small for what it should be. And weirdly, you cannot turn the flashlight on and off on your own accord, and it automatically comes on and goes off in very inopportune and bad positions, which is mostly to say it comes on very rarely, and when it does come on, it's fairly nice. But for, I'd say, at least 88% of the game, it's off, and very often I would like it to be on so I could actually see things, because the game is incredibly dark in some places while it's trying to highlight ray tracing. It seems fairly obvious that there is not a lot of ray tracing, if any ray tracing, coming off of the flashlight, which that would have been the next step if ray tracing was going to be a big thing, is to have Lara Croft be broadcasting through her flashlight rays of light and reflecting off of parts. There are definitely little veins of jade and gold throughout the game, so if all of a sudden, instead of using survival instincts, you had to use your flashlight to see a glint of jade or gold and then go mine it for money, that would be interesting. Xbox Live Gold is going away, and Xbox Game Pass Core is coming. I doubt Major Nelson quit over a name change, or was holding back a name change there. I don't feel like this is particularly a better name change. But what it does potentially mean that any cards, any free months of Xbox Gold could potentially be invalidated eventually and say, well, we don't have Xbox Live Gold anymore. We only have this Xbox Pass Core. They're describing Core as an evaluation version of Xbox Live Gold that grants access to multiplayer gaming, a select collection of over 25 games, and exclusive member deals for $9.99 per month or $60 per year. Which, to me, that seems like you're getting a worse deal than what Xbox Live Gold was. they will ditch the Games with Gold initiative that allowed Xbox Live Games subscribers to download a selection of titles that refreshed each month. So yeah, that is considerably less. Um, Gold will switch to Core in September 14th of 2023, and it'll see Xbox Live Gold members automatically become Game Pass Core members with no change in pricing, but a significant change in what you're getting. Players will be able to access any Xbox One game they previously redeemed through the program if they remain a Game Pass Core, Game Pass Ultimate member. Xbox 360 titles redeemed through the Games with Gold titles will remain in the player's library indefinitely. So yeah, they're streamlining, getting rid of the rotating thing. In fairness, Xbox Live Gold rotation of new titles probably was not leading people to stay with Gold, but obviously this is a blatant attempt to push more people into Xbox Game Pass Ultimate as a experience. Last time we saw this background image, I highlighted how many of these games were actually just the same game repeated over and over again. And I think, not my actions, but I think that probably highlights the fact that there just aren't that many games that are first party or guaranteed to always be on Xbox Game Pass. So, if anything, they're trying to get away from the idea of making contracts with second party and third party developers to put their games on Game Pass or Xbox Live Gold, and instead pushing for either that being on Game Pass Ultimate or just getting rid of that idea completely. We may see in the next year or two people increasingly dissatisfied with the Xbox Game Pass Ultimate even setup, in that you will just have less variety and less games to play. And you have to certainly look at any action that Microsoft or Xbox takes around the narrative that they have effectively won against the FTC, which is news we haven't gotten to yet, and I'm definitely bearing the lead. But yeah, it seems like you're getting less because they are managing to acquire the competition in part with Activision Blizzard. And yeah, even if they were able to bring all the Activision Blizzard games to streaming as part of an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate offering, I don't know if that makes up in the minds of every player for losing a rotation of several games each month. There really was something special about the idea. If most people probably didn't take them up on the offer, but the idea of being offered 5 games where you could find at least 1 or 2 of them worth playing each month gave off this impression that you could buy an Xbox and then never buy another game, and just live in that streaming service or temporary rental setup. But I don't know how many players actually ever did that. And the offerings were poor, and they weren't getting better because, let's just face it, there haven't been amazing games that have come out in the past couple of years during the pandemic. So I could also see that being a reason why they would have gotten rid of the idea of rotating in games, because they would have had to continuously rotate in older games that people had already played. Moving on, a game called, I don't know if this is a game or an orchestra. No, this is a orchestra concert. It has been announced. The tour begins on January 2024 in Los Angeles. This is a Gemetsu article. When I first looked at this, I thought this might actually be a game being announced. which I was just thinking, well, that's a weird name, but you're all talking about the Nier series, so it's not that weird of it. It's called 12024, which, or 1/2024, I guess is what that means, because it's starting January 24th in 2024. Here we have a pretty poor cosplay of Supergirl, in that you have made an outfit here, but the stitching and seam work is fairly obvious where it shouldn't be, and it is just blue with some gold trim. The S in this photo has been completely blown out, so you can't even see it. The cape may have been added after the fact. Otherwise, a lot of this looks like it was added in Photoshop after the fact. The boots are fairly unimpressive. The skirt's unimpressive. The belt looks cartoony. At a certain level, you might want to go even more cartoony with this. I don't know if the hair is quite right for Supergirl. And it's a little unfair to say this, but the facial proportions might be a little wrong for Supergirl in her different iterations. But yeah, I don't know what this green part here is. Is that her being tied up? Which that wouldn't make any sense as far as posing. Yeah, at a certain level, maybe you just do go with bright, cartoony, colorful coloring, and in Photoshop change it so it is bright and cartoony. Particularly this belt feels like it's not really a belt, it's somebody trying to make a belt. But I'd also say the posing here is pretty bad, and just like an overemphasis on the belly. Even as a lewd picture, the angle and posings here are pretty bad. Apparently over 92 million viewers. Man, that cosplay is really just a speed bump to the rest of the news. I gotta quit opening cosplay things and talking about it on. The Starfield Direct Xbox Showcase had 92 million views. Fans made this the most watched Xbox show ever. When did that even happen? June 11th. Yeah, they're talking like a month ago. What is that in the hand? That's some kind of GPU. It almost looks like a compatibility controller, but it isn't. Well, they need to figure out if they're going to make an X for the Xbox team, whether you do it closed fence and you're doing Wakanda Forever, or whether you're doing it open hand to do a DX chop. Pick one or the other here. Or perhaps just be a little bit more professional. This guy looks like he is yellow. Did he paint his face yellow for some insane reason? What does it mean when you have 92 million views as far as news goes? Not that much. Yeah. Does that equate to even 45 million purchases of one game like Starfield? Maybe. Like, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if we see somewhere around 300 million plus sales on Starfield, just because you've got that anticipation around the next potential Skyrim, even though it's Skyrim in space. But it's also very possible that people watch these videos 2 or 3 times, or I very possibly watched this once or twice, just watching other people watching it. which wouldn't be counted on their official view counts. There definitely was a lot of podcasters and streamers that were talking over these streams, content creators. And I don't know if those are 100% legitimate views at that point. And certainly the number of views you can get on any streaming service can be significantly higher than the number of people that actually were paying attention and watched it. Here's that GameDeveloper.com article that I was talking about. The FTC has failed in its latest attempt to block the Microsoft Activision Blizzard deal. They tried and failed to seek emergency relief to prevent Microsoft from completing the merger. I think this is, frankly, the emergency appeal. Yeah. The Ninth Circuit Court denied the request for an emergency relief to prevent it from completing the merger until the result of the appeal against that ruling is completed. So the appeal is still going forward, but the emergency relief as a way of they failed the preliminary injunction. Now they're trying to basically do the preliminary injunction again, but under the guise of emergency relief. And that too has failed. But the appeal still can go through, and at some point the appeal could win. And if the appeal did win, it probably wouldn't change too much, as the rest of the court case, antitrust case, would still just go through in the same way. If the merger went through with Activision Blizzard and then the appeal succeeded on the preliminary injunction, then best case scenario, I imagine they would just tell Microsoft and Activision to take no further steps and just be in a holding pattern while the rest of the case goes through. And I don't think that's likely to happen. It is also bearing the lead quite a bit that almost as soon as that appeal or emergency relief failed, Sony has agreed to a binding agreement with Microsoft to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation for the next decade. Which I don't know if this is exactly the same offer that was made months and months ago, the same offer that they have made to so many other companies, as far as we will keep it. Microsoft will keep Call of Duty on PlayStation for 10 years, or, well, the next decade, which may not actually be 10 years. It may really only be 7 years, depending on how it was written. But that is also only enforceable if the Activision Blizzard deal goes through. Because it's not a case where Activision is signing deals to be on PlayStation for the next decade or the next 10 years. However they wrote it up. Which there is a big difference there. And that's probably something that should be researched to figure out whether GameDeveloper.com dropped the ball or whether I'm misunderstanding their deal. Yeah. That reminded me, I don't have a real reason to be reminded of this, but the other thing I got from Prime Day that, as I'm getting my Prime Day deliveries, and now I've made a post Prime Day purchase of a server rack that's going to cost $40 in shipping and take 2 weeks to arrive, but it was never going on sale anyway, so I just needed to purchase it. Server racks are too weird of devices to really go on sale. But I got a Fire TV Cube Generation 3, and I set it up and spent 4 or 5 hours looking at it and trying to set it up, and nothing I wanted it to do worked well. There are ideas certainly there First of all, the Fire TV Cube has an Alexa built in, and I don't like that. There is a button on the top that would mute the microphone, so theoretically you could push that every time there's a power outage, though, and it resets. Alexa probably comes back on, so there may still very well be that danger of Amazon listening to you, and there have been stories of Amazon abusing the fact that they're listening to you. But it has a good idea, and it has an HDMI in. So I was hoping I could plug in the Dish Joey into the HDMI in, and then the one remote would control everything on the Dish Joey, and you wouldn't have to change inputs on the TV. It works 90% of the way there, but not all the buttons work. There's some buttons that just control via infrared and an infrared transmitter built into it, or an IR extender if you purchase a separate IR extender and plug it into it. But yeah, I think volume up and volume down or mute wasn't working. Just fairly basic things not working. Plus the remote on the Fire TV Cube, considerably fewer and harder to read buttons visually. Like Dish remotes in particular, the newest one, are really designed for people with bad eyesight, old people who are the only people that are still watching Dish. The apps icons on the Fire OS are too small. I have a weird situation where I have a TV that's way too far away and way too small, but on a Roku or something it is doable, whereas on the Fire TV Cube I couldn't even see what button it was asking me to press. I saw 3 dots and I was like, there are no 3 dot buttons on the remote, and I had to walk half the distance away from where I normally sit to realize that it was telling me to press the pause play button, and it wasn't just 3 dots. And there's just no way to make the icons or the interface any bigger in Fire TV OS. Fire TV OS has the Amazon App Store, which gives you fewer connections as far as the apps. It does not have a built-in universal plug-and-play media streaming app. It has something where if you plug something into a hard drive into it, you can plug that in, but it does not detect if there is a network server that is streaming devices, which that's a big flaw. Roku does, in their media player app, detect universal plug and play perfectly fine. Well, setting up a mini plug and play or universal plug and play server is a bit of a mess, but whatever. The newest version of the software is supposed to connect to hearing aids, and in this case I will tell you, if you have Auticon hearing aids, it's not going to work. Plus I had to update the Fire TV Cube multiple times, 5 or 6 times, rebooting 4 or 5 times in the process to even get the software new enough to see the hearing aids option. Auticon hearing aids, I think, were very intentionally not going to ever work with any other devices. They have a weird protocol set up, and they have their own proprietary overpriced TV streaming box, Bluetooth audio streaming box option. So if you have hearing aids and they're Auticons, I would say don't bother. The fact that there isn't really a compatibility list as far as what hearing aids would work and what wouldn't is a problem, and as far as their new feature. And then connecting to smart devices just did not work. It just went on the loading screen, and I sat there for maybe 5 minutes, tried it 3 or 4 different times, and it could never find smart home devices at all on my network. It was just forever spinning, which, yeah, that creates a big problem. That either working with the Alexa Amazon interface as far as smart devices, which a lot of the Tuya Smart Life devices do have some level of compatibility with Alexa, and that wasn't working. But also, because it is the Amazon App Store, even though it's running Android, there isn't a way to install Tuya Smart Life apps from the App Store onto the Fire TV OS and try and integrate it just through the proprietary app. You could sideload the apps and it probably would work, but it's not going to work in a good way. The other thing about Fire TV OS, and if you are going to make your own operating system, the fact that it says it works with Dish, and I tell it I have Dish, and it says, yeah, I understand that, is great for the Fire OS and Fire TV Cube, but it does not do the thing you would assume it would do, which is to figure out what channels you subscribe through your Dish account and put those channels on the live feed, so that when you click live, you would actually see live TV over satellite and Dish as an option. Instead, you have these live feeds, which Roku has the same problem too, where live means this is a streaming service that streams live. It's a pseudo live, but it's live but not over the air content. Whereas over the air content should be integrated into anything labeled as live. When you say live to old people, they are thinking over the air content. They are not thinking of watching some NBC News stream that just happens to be live, streaming at the same time. So yeah, there was 5 or 6 things I wanted the Fire TV Cube to work on, and not a single one of them worked for me. Probably would work for a less demanding person, in fairness, but I had high hopes and high demands. Next thing would be the hope that an NVIDIA Shield, a new version of that, comes out at some point. But otherwise, I'm just looking for maybe a much cheaper, simpler Chromecast and experiment with the operating system that way. But I definitely would miss on a Chromecast not having potentially an Ethernet in, not having Wi-Fi 6E was on the Fire TV Cube, which that's a little too much. Wi-Fi 6, yes. 6E, not needed, not likely to work with too many people, too many routers. Having an IR extender and IR controls, HDMI in, Ethernet connection, all nice. Potentially having audio optical Toslink type. Does anybody even call it Toslink anymore? I guess they don't. Surround sound. And certainly, even at a discount price, the Fire TV Cube probably just gets supplemented when I buy a new TV to replace my broken 4K TV. Because my current TV is not even 4K or HDR or anything like that. It may be too early to buy HDR. Anyways, I was supposed to be talking about video game news and I went on another rant there. But yeah, my experience was not good with the Fire TV Cube. But hopefully everything else I got. I didn't really buy that many things. I bought big ticket things and that was it. But fewer items in total. New evidence, according to Video Games Chronicle, points to this year's Call of Duty game being Modern Warfare 3, with the publisher battling to suppress a fresh round of leaks. YouTube creators had a tweet here. So you want to create a podcast channel, think about these 3 elements. Should the format be a solo host, a Q&A section, an interview section, or something else? Inherently, if something else is one of the options, you don't have a well thought out enough statement. Something else written on any kind of essay in high school or elementary school or even kindergarten would be crossed through, and the teacher would just write what else, list what else. Should the length be under or over 45 minutes? Which I guess at a certain point they're dropping a specific line in the sand. They're saying podcasts should be either under or over 45 minutes. And then the frequency, I think I agree with this one. Realistically, how often will you upload new episodes? Because that is the thing that is going to cause any podcast to pod fade, is that you'll just have people growing apart unless it's a solo host, or people losing interest if it's a solo host, and then the number of episodes gets smaller and smaller. The best suggestion here is, if you think you're going to release episodes every week, make sure you have 20 or 30 episodes recorded before you even release the first one. Get a nice buffer going, and unless you're talking about things that are time-based, which most of them probably would be time-based, you can just build it up. Expect your first 50 to 100 podcast episodes to be awful and just throw away anyways. Depending on what you're talking about, length is going to probably vary drastically. And honestly, if you're passionate about something, the amount of time it takes you to talk about something shouldn't really be constricted. Like, a lot of things that are podcasts are really just shows that are very scripted and time controlled. Whereas I feel like a more casual conversation is really where most podcasts came from. And yeah, trying to stick to a very tight 45 minutes is kind of crazy. Having hard outs, that's old radio station mentality, and you don't have to live under that tyranny of having only 45 minutes to talk about the thing you want to talk about, and then you have to play commercials, or the next person has to come into your studio and start recording. But in general, I think that also highlights how YouTube creators has no idea as far as giving you good suggestions, or which I don't know if there are a lot of generic good suggestions for podcasts, because it's all going to be fairly personal. Yeah. I do kind of feel like podcasts inherently are more of a personal creation and are more of a personal experience compared to just having a show. If you were to, yeah, I've been going back and watching some of the old X-Plays. X-Play is a show. It is scripted. It has segments. It has a constrained amount of time. The conversations back and forth between the hosts are scripted and just there to be jokes. Whereas Giant Bomb, in its heyday, the best of Giant Bomb, is definitely more of a personal experience, where it's a group of people talking about video games. And yes, they're talking about the news sometimes, and sometimes they're just ranting and raving about other things. But very rarely, even in its worst case scenarios, was Giant Bomb ever really a show that it limited itself to any amount of time. Giant Bomb casts usually were 2 or 3 hours long, if not longer. Very rarely did they bring in somebody special to promote their games or talk about it and just go on a whole interview style promotion tour like you might see in radio. And that's what made the Bombcast back in the day so good, is it was personal, and I liked the people on the team. Inherently, after a while, the people I did like changed, and I changed, or died, or got fired. Like the main guy died, and I think that was almost certainly the beginning of the end for Giant Bomb, as new people got put in charge and new people got hired, and then everybody started to change, or started to be more political in their rantings, and it stopped being about the game so much, and it stopped being fun. And yeah, people change. It happens. People grow tired. of it. And now we're at a point where the bombcast is run by completely different people, and there's just not any original person really there. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com has this article that says the Chinese Room creative director and co-founder Dan Pinchbeck has left the studio. He's stepping down after 15 years to begin a new adventure. This would be the company that made Dear Esther and Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. Everybody's Gone to the Rapture talked about a lot, but not particularly a great seller. Dear Esther, great seller, but I think pretty much free in its original version too. Both of these are basically walking simulators, and so they barely really even design they're barely even relevant. Apparently the Chinese Room was also acquired by the Sumo Group in 2018, so yeah, 5 years after being acquired, they haven't been able to put out anything new. That would certainly push somebody to retire or give up. We really don't need yet another walking simulator. At a certain level, I think if Lara Croft starred in kind of a walking simulator, it might not be the worst thing, but it couldn't just be a walking simulator. There would have to be really good story and a few items to look at. Maybe a little bit of hunting in it too. You start to add gameplay mechanics, and as soon as you start to add even one or two gameplay mechanics to a walking simulator, it stops being a walking simulator and it just becomes an open world adventure game, which obviously Lara Croft would be better in that type of game. Really, they should just do a lot more with the character. This is funny that we have Warner Brothers games here, and their headline here is only showing the Mortal Kombat 1 reboot. There's no interest whatsoever for any other games. Which, ironically, the reason why I've clicked on their Twitter feed here is because they basically have nothing to say, so they've gotten into this habit of retweeting Telltale Games, TT Games, from July 3rd, 14 days ago. Just this cheat code, retweeting Harry Potter Magic Awakened, which nobody even covered that game, from July 14th, so that was only 3 days ago. But yeah, they really have nothing here to talk about. Mortal Kombat 1 from July 13th. So yeah, it definitely feels to me like Warner Brothers Games really slashed their interest. Whoever's in charge now, after the merger, only cares about Mortal Kombat 1 and talking about Mortal Kombat 1, when you could potentially be talking about some of the history of the older games, or you could potentially have more announcements. In particular, I think Harry Potter Magic Awakened did a very interesting thing with its art style, and so I'd like to see this art style in potentially a Harry Potter game with just a different gameplay mechanic and not something that is full of microtransactions trying to rip you off. Even this cheat code here requires the certain level of DLC to be owned, so there's microtransactions in that kid game also, which would imply to me that there's a chance that there will be a lot of microtransactions in the Mortal Kombat reboot, which there have been microtransactions in the Mortal Kombat games. So yeah, I definitely feel like Warner Brothers Games potentially is on its last legs, and it's trying to pretend like it isn't. Moving on, I'm still not really sure that the Godot engine as a programming engine is relevant enough to talk about, but I do follow them, and they've put out a maintenance release for version 4.1.1. I don't know what would really push you to using the Godot engine and learning the Godot engine though, instead of just learning Unreal Engine, or even going to Unity, which I can't even really recommend Unity. This was the story we had talked about earlier, where Sony has accepted the offer to keep Call of Duty on the PlayStation for a decade, This again is gamedeveloper.com. Let's see. A decade, though, is not generally thought of as a segment of 10 years starting at any point and ending at any point. A decade is generally thought of as being the years like 1990 to 1999. Those 10 years in particular would be a decade. And then maybe some people would argue that 1990 is actually part of the previous decade, and it would be the 1991 through 1999 or 2000 that would be considered a decade, which I don't think too many people would buy into that, but at least that's somewhat believable. But if the timer's starting at 2023 and then it ends in 2033, that doesn't feel like a decade. We also have a GameDeveloper.com article where we'll just cover this quickly. Roblox Corp employees are speaking up about an alleged lack of diversity. There weren't enough black people to make black at Roblox, said former employees. Which, okay. They're saying it's part of their hiring practices, but a lot of these complaints fall very flat in that it seems like it's often just SJW people or irate former employees that make these complaints. A bunch of liberal people talking about microaggressions and lack of interest in diversity. Inherently, from the outside looking in, you can know very little, but you can say Roblox has been incredibly successful as a company. And some of that you would hope came from the fact that they hired the right people and that they didn't just hire people as diversity hires or based on their race, but they gave people, programmers, the best opportunity they could to be hired, and they hired the best. That's what you generally would hope all companies are doing, regardless of whether or not they are meeting diversity hire quotas or not. Yeah. That being said, I can say certainly many years ago when I was in programming classes, there wasn't a lot of diversity there. Mostly, I would say, on gendered lines more than race lines. Very few girls in the programming classes. More opportunities being given to girls to take classes that guys couldn't take, and then different opportunities certainly given to guys that girls couldn't take, as far as shop and like plumbing classes and things like that. There was a fairly large push back when I was in school to have everybody learn programming, but often I found, even nowadays, I find girls often are not forced to learn technology, so they just turn their brains off and say, oh, I don't understand technology. My husband, my boyfriend, my father will just do that for me. And there is a lot of infantilizing of women and girls, even today, I feel, as far as just letting them get away with being stupid. Let's just call a spade, just because they can be pretty and have an OnlyFans. Even OnlyFans really shows that, in that, like, there can be a lot of rather pretty but not very intelligent ladies that can run an OnlyFans and make money, where a fairly pretty guy is not going to make anywhere as much money on OnlyFans. Inherently, though, to get away from a rant, somebody's complaining, good. File a legal complaint. Don't just report to left-leaning gamedeveloper.com or a reset error or something like that, file an employment complaint, and let's see if the employment complaint can be if the employment complaint can be searched by the government and proven. If Roblox gets fined or gets investigated, then that's really real news. Although it really just is not news that some employees are unhappy. Like former employees or current employees are unhappy. That happens at every company. Inherently, if we had universal basic income and everything was automated and we didn't need jobs to exist in the first place, then there'd be a lot less unhappy people in the world. But we're not to that point. Until we do get to a point like that, people are unfortunately going to be unhappy with their jobs, and often rightfully so, but not in any way legally correct about some of the complaints they make. There's never been, noticeably weirdly, a for us by us style of company for video games. There's been more than enough somewhat rich sports figures, and that's sadly about the only way I can list African Americans being rich. But there definitely have been some rich African Americans that could have funded a for us by us style video game company, or even without funding, you could have had a small independent African American group of programmers. Never heard of it, never seen it. It just doesn't feel like there's been even any interest in that way. And there really is not a lot of... There is no grand conspiracy amongst publishers to not fund games or stop indie games from self-publishing from Steam Direct. So you could definitely make a group of indie game developers that are all African American, and they can make a game, they could get it on Steam Direct. I will point out, maybe Asian companies don't want to do business with black people. Asians do have their own form of racism against black people, which is fairly obvious, and even the honest amongst them would have to admit it. But publishing companies in general just don't fund any games at all, particularly independent companies or small company games. They fund big AAA games. But yeah, this is a problem of a kind of a lack of interest and lack of ambition, and that even at the small independent level, we're not seeing a lot of African American games. I'm always excited when I see something that tries to touch respectfully on African culture and more of an African feel of a game, but there's only been 3 or 4 games I've seen like that. And even like the Black Panther game that was just announced, I think was announced to be made by a company in the UK or maybe Canada. So you may get a few like token black people in that company, but I imagine it's not going to be overwhelmingly African descent people making even the Black Panther game. Moving on, Ubisoft is not planning Assassin's Creed Mirage DLC. The game looks to be a standalone experience. This is kind of the rebooted idea of the first game. That being said, right now, them not planning any DLC or extensive post-launch support, which maybe you don't say extensive post-launch if somebody can then add the word support in there, although that is a bad misquote from a Reddit AMA. Yeah, at any point, if Assassin's Creed Mirage sells really well, they probably will make some DLC from it. Although, inherently, you could just not make any DLC and then start to remake a rebooted idea of Assassin's Creed 2, or stay more in the vein of Mirage and Assassin's Creed 1, in that you're following perhaps generation after generation of assassins instead of skipping multiple generations. There's hundreds of years difference, I would suspect, between Altair and Ezio, the assassin in Assassin's Creed 1 versus Assassin's Creed 2, where potentially having this character be the father of the next character you play as being the father of the next character you play as, so you're only going a few years ahead in the same area, would allow you to make more sequels while not drastically changing the designs and layouts of buildings and cities. And there definitely was a point in some of the Assassin's Creed games where they got too big anyway, so smaller experiences on an annualized basis is something I think I want to see for most games nowadays. And then, what did I just accidentally click on? Here we have, I think, a Assassin's Creed lady in the first place. Clicking on video risk. Yep. Here you're getting in motion a much better depiction of the way cosplay is usually shown off when you're doing a cosplay contest, is that somebody has poses and actions and moves. Poses she's got down. This costume, you can see, is a lot more detailed than a lot of the ones we've seen. Clearly this is on a stage, probably in front of children, so you're not just going for lewd imagery and a lot of Photoshop stuff. You've got a prop knife that looks pretty good. You've got the hair looking decent, but the outfit itself looks like they really put some effort into it. And if anything, I think that's what I would like to see more of overall in covering cosplay. If I were going to stick to covering cosplay, which I probably shouldn't, considering how long this stream has been already. But yeah, more on stage performances, more of a focus for real costumes. Probably I need to follow different people on Twitter. Noticeably, I have not added anybody to my Twitter follower in probably 6 months to a year. Not a single person. I did add a bunch of people to my personal Facebook as far as groups, and then I realized I was not seeing any actual friends or family, so I stopped following certain groups to try and get the Facebook feed back to some semblance of sanity instead of just a bunch of memes and pictures. Let's go through the video game news articles. Again, my macro is still not really working, but fixing this macro is almost not even priority at the moment compared to getting the uploading macro to work. The Fable reboot's narrative lead has left Playground Games. Miguel had previously worked on Guild Wars 2, Dishonored, and Control. I would say all of those games are pretty high successes. Anna and Miguel, or McGill, was the narrative lead, which, was she part of SAG-AFTRA and on strike, or in some way doing her own personal strike? Is she possibly, I assume it's a she, done with writing the story from Fable? Was this trailer of this new Fable an indication that they were going in a different direction with the narrative feel, and she just wasn't on board with that. Who knows? Inherently, the Fable reboot has been very delayed, and so you have this contrasting situation here where you can either look at the reality of the situation and see that it's delayed, and here's an indication that it might be very well delayed even more, or you can look at the trailer that Microsoft showed and the fancy British actor that Richard Ayoade, they got to make a teaser trailer for it, and get hyped about the game, when clearly you should be anti-hyped around the Fable reboot. Something called Fable will probably come out at some point, but it very easily could be just the next Duke Nukem Forever style game that takes forever and isn't much. Inherently, I don't know if the Fable concept even has a solid concept as a game. You're going through a fantasy adventure. It's a fantasy adventure game. So they really should just be churning out fantasy adventure games called Fable very quickly. And the gimmick of potentially going through your entire lifetime maybe needs to go away. And the gimmick of trying to have a lot of variety and options that you can do in the game maybe needs to get toned down into a more manageable subset of actions and story branches, as far as different endings and different outcomes. We had already talked about Major Nelson leaving Xbox. This is a oddly green photo. The team behind PlayStation's Patapon reveals a successor game called Rydo. It was announced during Bit Summit, and it's coming to Kickstarter this month. Interesting. We already talked about the FTC's latest effort failing. We already talked about the Sega Saturn. We already talked about the binding agreement with PlayStation and Xbox. Yep. I'd like to really see the agreement, but there's not really a legal reason why contracts are available for the public to look at. Arguably, maybe there should be a law that you could do a Freedom of Information Act type of contract thing, or you could straight up just say all contracts to be valid over a certain amount of money must be registered with the Hall of Records, the public record keepers in each city, and then a copy will be sent digitally to every county, every state, and federally. Like, corporate secrets probably should not expand to the idea of contracts. We should know who is in bed with who and who is signing contracts. I mean, if you could get an easy place to see how many politicians are signing contracts or their businesses are signing contracts with other businesses, that would be very helpful to the public. And being able to read the contracts in even a redacted form would be very helpful for news reporting. We already talked about Payday 3 requiring online connection. We already talked about see here you have them saying that it reportedly lasts 10 years. But that's all they have is reporters reporting on rumors. Yeah. 10 years, not a decade. 10 years. And yet, we saw 3 or 4 articles from GameDeveloper.com saying 10 years was saying it was a decade. This is being tweeted by Stephen Totillo. Let's see. From Axios. That Sony has confirmed it to be for 10 years. Which, yeah, GameDeveloper.com, not good at reporting accurately. Video Games Chronicle, not that good at reporting accurately either. Though, replaceable batteries we talked about, that will be interesting. I kind of feel like at a certain point, devices like this, phones and tablet or game consoles, basically should just have a false back, and the entirety of the false back should just be a battery. I think that would work fairly well. It would make things thicker, but we really don't need devices to be super thin. The Nintendo Switch couldn't fit in jeans anyways, not easily. So it being twice as thick is fine. It being twice as heavy is fine by me. Having replaceable batteries on the Nintendo Switch that you could just press a button to release the battery and put in another battery and continue playing sounds like a really great idea. Although you'd almost want an internal battery so you could take off the external battery pack and swap it out for another external battery while the game is still playing. But the Switch is so good about putting it into a sleep mode that I imagine you could put a console in sleep mode, take out the battery, and then put in a new fresh battery and keep on playing anyways. We already talked about the 16-year-old Shadowrun matchmaking. Apparently the FBI used the Nintendo Switch to locate a missing child. The 15-year-old was found after 11 days. He was showing up online on the Switch. Now, inherently, a Switch showing up online would have an IP address, and Nintendo would probably have to give the IP address to the police. Then the police would have to try and figure out where that IP address was connected to a specific home address, which would probably mean contacting the internet service provider. And so, more than likely, this was a secret, I think they're called FISA court warrants that are heavily abused. In this case, obviously it was used appropriately, but you go to this judge and then everybody is under a order that they can't report that they've been given this warrant, and then the judge gives the FISA court warrant, or the warrant, whatever it's called, to Nintendo for the IP address. Nintendo probably doesn't have direct geolocation to specific households. It would almost certainly be an IP address. At best is geolocated via some other publicly available source to an area, zip code, something like that. And then the IP address is probably then used to get a second FISA court warrant, unless one warrant is good enough for both, to then contact potentially every ISP. But the IP address probably would tell you whether AT&T or Verizon or whatever internet service provider you have. Just by the IP address range, you'd probably figure out that it was AT&T, let's say, and then you would go with probably a second warrant to get to AT&T to get the exact home address. The problem with the FISA court warrants is that it is not a fair or open to the public process, so nobody can fight it. You don't know that it's happened. It's basically secret policing, or the beginning of the idea of secret policing, that that you could be investigated in secret forever, you could be spied on forever, and then they never actually choose to in any way indict you or claim you committed a crime. They just spied on you for no reason, and it's just major invasions of privacy, almost certainly unconstitutional. But the whole 9/11 allowed so many laws like that and anti-terrorism laws to happen. Notably, also, the FISA courts really have never shown, these secret warrants have never shown actual success in stopping terrorists. This is probably the best story I've ever heard of as far as what I assume is a secret warrant. It very, very likely is the case that it took them 11 days, even with all of that assistance, extrajudicial assistance, to find the location. And yeah, the FBI certainly would love to have more stories like that come out so they look like the good guys, to potentially cover up all the bad things they've done, which I'm sure more informed people than me can list all the misdoings of the FBI and CIA in the US and the US in general. But yeah, that's getting way too political at that point. Apparently, The Last of Us Season 2's first episode was written pre-strike, according to the showrunner. We got pretty far, actually. We were doing great. That really doesn't mean anything. I mean, almost certainly you'd want to toss out that first episode and start over fresh after the strike, unless the strike only lasts a short amount of time. Because A, you may have completely different writers if the strike goes badly, or B, you're just going to have writers who have not been thinking on that same lines. So it's not like, even just like taking a vacation instead of going on strike, puts people in different mindsets and has people doing different ideas. And I would think that having a writer's room work consistently throughout an entire season is much better than stops and breaks around that idea. May not matter so much if you're making like a sitcom where every episode is not really connected to the next episode, but this is a highly narrative thing. Although on the other hand, you pretty much know what's going to happen in The Last of Us Season 2. It's going to be some part of whatever's left of The Last of Us season, the first Last of Us game and the second Last of Us game, in part. Like, they're not going to gravely diverge from the games, although it'd be interesting if they did. We already talked about Xbox Live Gold being replaced with a less quality Xbox Game Pass Core. Let's see. Players apparently are flocking to classic Call of Duty games after the Xbox matchmaking fix. Black Ops 2 attracts over 10,000 players. Modern Warfare drawing over 7,000 players. So if anything, it highlights that the fandom of Call of Duty games really is around the classic games, not the newest games that have had their own controversies and their own problems. And frankly, there's probably less control and censorship around playing the old Call of Duty games. Less ways in which people can be flagged as being a toxic player, and less anti-toxic player measures. Which maybe that means that there's just become this quarantine zone where there's 10,000 toxic players playing Black Ops 2, or 7,000 toxic players playing Modern Warfare 3, but I wouldn't assume that that is the case. Sometimes the cure is worse than the disease, and particularly Call of Duty's obsession around its seemingly implying that its entire player base is toxic has become a distasteful cure compared to the problems that have really just always existed. As long as online play and communication has existed, that's the way players have been playing their entire their entire lives. So it's very weird for even a marginally toxic player to be called toxic and say you're playing it wrong when you've been doing it since Call of Duty 2, playing that way. We already talked about Tesco stopping physical sales. An Assassin's Creed game codenamed Jade beta launches in August. It'll be available in Android and iOS, and if anything, it seems like it might just be some kind of like weird top-down real-time strategy game, or even maybe a resource management game where you're just moving people from point A to point B to gather resources. There was a gameplay mechanic like that in one of the Assassin's Creed 2 games, where you were sending off, you became the leader of a guild and you would send people off, and it was just this very static resource gathering, mission selecting management game. If it had visuals like this, it would have looked a little bit better. That being said, that element and mechanic never really felt welcome in an Assassin's Creed game, to be a guild leader and send off your trainees to get you resources, and if they succeeded in their mission, then they would level up. It may have been the last or second to last Assassin's Creed 2 game, which was Assassin's Creed 2, then Revelations, or something else. Let's see. Ubisoft discusses Star Wars Outlaws planet sizes and Han Solo influence. The open world game is scheduled for release in 2024. You know what would be funny is if they made a trailer with this monster walking around in the exact same way that the teaser trailer for Stray was shown. So instead of a cat, it would be like this little monster creature. But I don't think they're going to do that. And they've probably already missed the element of surprise if they were going to do that. Because you literally would have had to do your announcement trailer like that as a joke. Overall, yeah. We always hope the next Star Wars game is a good seller and is good. And we'll just have to wait and see until it comes out. We already talked about no Mirage DLC. Here they're saying because of the DMCA strikes, they have basically confirmed the Modern Warfare 3 plans, although we should have pretty well known already that Modern Warfare 3 was planned to be made at some point in the future. Let's see. Sega's president says it's considering more Sonic remakes and reboots. The new Sonic title, Sonic Superstars, will release in October. Yeah, no duh. Obviously, they should be constantly considering more Sonic games. Sega is unanimously known as Sonic and basically nothing else. Moving on to the Gamatsu articles. We probably don't have too much. Dragon Quest Treasures is now available for PC as a Nintendo Switch game that has been surprisingly released on PC. We can see since its release on the 14th, it is 86% positive, which I'm a little surprised by that. This almost feels like it's more of a Mario Party game than anything. Which at some level, getting something compared to Mario Party that has even a slight amount of polish on it might make some sense. Maybe this is where Square Enix was right to get rid of Hitman and Lara Croft as a character and just favor the games that they're more interested in and that will be more popular in Japan, which would be the Dragon Quest series, which obviously they also have a ridiculous amount of Dragon Quest games in the works or have come out recently. Weirdly though, if this is supposed to be a Mario Party game, it's asking quite a lot at $50 or $55 if you want the deluxe edition of the game. And I don't know if Dragon Quest Treasures really is the good intro game to potentially play. This game, Ratatan, we already talked about, has been announced. It doesn't have a Steam link, and visually it looks interesting enough, but I guess I can't put it on the fall list if it doesn't have a link and a page on Steam. There's an update on Komatsu's article here as far as the 10-year deal. We'll see what the update is. But generally on Komatsu, the update would... Okay, the update is in the article. Usually the update is at the top of an article or at the bottom if you're really bad. Being in the middle is a little weird. Update: Microsoft has confirmed it is a 10-year deal that only covers Call of Duty, which inherently you could drop the Call of Duty title and make a game very similar to Call of Duty, almost beat for beat, and then not follow that 10-year deal. Is Microsoft planning on doing something that sneaky? Probably not, but I wouldn't be surprised if there is some desire to shift some of the people who work on Call of Duty to work on Halo and make Halo replace Call of Duty as far as the quality there. But then Call of Duty is more modern warfare and set in the past warfare. Halo is sci-fi fantasy warfare, of a different style of gameplay too. There's a lot more running, jumping, and rocket jumping in Halo than I imagine you have in Call of Duty. But yeah, we could speculate forever as to whether or not there will be a Call of Duty, or whether they'd only release 1 or 2 Call of Duties in the next 10 years. As far as physical editions in Japan, we have Cross Tales, Evil West, Nobunaga's Ambition Awakening, and Pikmin 4 launching in Japan. And then, again, a fairly small list of digital-only releases. It does seem like we are slowing down more and more. This ultra-corporeal action game, quote-unquote, called Tenebrae, I assume is how you pronounce that, Pictora, has been announced for the PS4 and 5, Xbox One and Series, and PC. Tenebrae is a word I definitely have heard before, and that's why I'm pronouncing it that way instead of Tenebris, which might be what most people would pronounce it. But I don't remember what Tenebrae stands for. It might be French. I don't know. But it feels like something that I've heard of before. As for the actual game, looks like there might be a collection of gameplay mechanics here, but I'm not sure that this is a completely polished package. It seems like it might be a fairly AA or single A type game, but whatever, we'll give it a YouTube short, put it on the follow list, see how people react to it. A game called The Dragonist Command of the Flame launches August 10th for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PS4, and September 7th for the Switch, which my rewriting plugin did not catch this, where it probably should have. The scenario of putting PS5, then Xbox Series, then and PS4. So I'll have to update my rewriting program. As for the game, looks like it's already mixed. Which at some level, should I bother to even promote a game if it's already mixed reviewed? It's supposed to be Heroes of Might and Magic inspired. The game is advertised as having a Heroes of Might and Magic-like exploration, city building, and turn-based strategic combat with roguelike twist, and it is exactly what it has to offer: exploration, Similar to Heroes of Might and Magic without any real economy, tactical depth, interesting plot, or replayability. Building a single city throughout the entire campaign, meta progression, and a single roguelike features slightly randomized hero choice at the start of each mission. Okay. Started out pretty fun but got boring quickly, played like 1/3 of the maps. Inherently, this is kind of the problem with Heroes of Might and Magic in itself, is that if you put out a game like Heroes of Might and Magic 3 nowadays, it would totally fail. It was way too slow of a game, it was a fairly boring game, but it succeeded very well when it came out because there was just not competition, and one CD-ROM game you bought was supposed to last you potentially for a year or more. So weirdly, they have created a scenario of their own making that people of modern expectations are not satisfied by an old game. And inherently, HOMM, you have to know what Heroes of Might and Magic is to even know what HOMM is. That's not a commonplace reference at all. So I'm going to put this on the fall list, but I'm not going to make a short on it. It's already disappointed the hardcore fan base that would have liked it. Let's see. Next story, we have Pikmin 4 larger-than-life Miyamoto-made miniature might. I don't know if this means there is actually a real miniature statue, or if this is just an alliteration that they were really proud of. Seems like it's just an alliteration. Yep, this really just looks like a review. No, it's straight up a sponsored ad, is what it's said. Interesting. So Nintendo is paying Gametsu for sponsored ads. I don't feel like Gametsu gets that many sponsored ads. Seems to be the case, because here you have Pikmin 4 as a sponsored ad, then 7 months ago you have Gungrave Gore and launch day interview with Studio Iggy Mob, and then 4 years ago you have the Fascinating World of God Wars: The Complete Legend, and then 5 years ago you have advertisement bracket Enter the World of Sword Art Online in Integral Factor, which if anything that just highlights how long the Sword Art Online series of games have been going. But yeah, as far as the sponsored tag, Gametsu has only used that tag 4 times. Does that, to me, make me think that they've only had 4 sponsorships? Probably not. They probably had several more than that, at least. But yeah, I definitely never took Gametsu as being successful enough or big enough to justify getting sponsorships or going in that direction. Gametsu is about the most professional of news sources I've seen, and sponsorships tend to indicate less professionalism, not more. Let's see. Moving on, though. Xbox Game Pass Core is going to replace Xbox Live Gold on September 14th. We talked about that. And then Payday 3 has a stealth gameplay trailer. Having sponsorships inherently is not going to make me hate Gametsu. Still the best out of the 3 news sources I have. But yeah, I will keep an eye out. There definitely have been times where it felt like Gametsu had crossed the line as far as promoting certain games by just putting out too many press releases. The Shin Megami Tensei series of a new creature every day coming out, that felt like that was extreme and perhaps they should have taken 7 of those announcements and then done a weekly roundup instead of a different creature every day as an article. And there definitely have been times when Komatsu has way too much to say about one game, and that felt a little shilly, if not sponsored. We already talked about the Nier Automata, or the Nier Orchestra. Edge of Eternity New Beginning update is now available for PC, and it's due out by the end of the summer on consoles. So let's see what the reviews are for Edge of Eternity. Mostly positive overall, mixed most recently. Kinda low. Should I make a YouTube short for a game that puts out a new update? Well, let's go back and see what this new update is all about. New beginning update, maybe a new game plus thing. It adds a new procedural dungeon featuring 50 floors of challenges as well as a brand new prologue. When it launched in consoles later this summer, New Beginnings will release alongside other updates released for PC versions, bringing auto battle mode, weathered stones, additional accessory slots, new game plus mode, and more to consoles. Yeah, I think that's a significant enough change to justify making a YouTube short, particularly since I've almost certainly not made a YouTube short around this. At some level, there is perhaps an argument to make YouTube shorts for everything that's already on my wish list, or even everything I already own, as a way of kind of filling in a gap. Although inherently, if I were to do that, I don't know where I get those extra YouTube short time slots, since I'm already flooding Steam with YouTube shorts. Remnant 2 has a Hunter Archetype trailer, if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. And then we already talked about the One Punch Man world coming to the West in 2023. That brings us to our GameDeveloper.com articles. Major Nelson departing, we talked about. Sony accepting the deal, we talked about. Chinese Room, we talked about. Xbox Game Pass, we talked about. FTC failing, we talked about. Roblox, we talked about. So that was literally every GameDeveloper.com story we had already talked about, which I guess I considered most of that more news than I considered it all big news. Alright, so we got a Steam list fall list cleanup and the auto blur enabled. Homebody here is from Game Grumps. Now I was hearing that it feels like not enough people really are talking about this or promoting it correctly. Like, unless I'm totally confused here, I was hearing on a podcast that this really was about somebody who was suffering from OCD. And then there's a bit of a twist. And Game Grumps here is highlighting and promoting it more like it is a horror game, horror survival game. Which, yeah, I think there's perhaps a very bad level of translation or promotion happening here. Yeah. Anxiety, OCD, and depression, I think, play a much bigger role. Although maybe it is just a case that the podcaster that was talking about Homebody suffers from OCD so much that he's looking at this game from a very different lens. And maybe Game Grumps here is doing a much better job of accurately promoting and describing the game. Rogue Games, as a publisher, is a different kind of publisher now. And weirdly, they were not the publisher of Daddy Dream Daddy Dad Dating Simulator, which apparently I own. Who is the publisher of this game? Game Grumps. So Game Grumps self-published Dream Daddy, and I kind of feel like one of the persons who worked on Dream Daddy, like the main person, doesn't actually work for Game Grumps anymore and is just gone off to do his own thing. And I think they were just happy for his success there. Okay, do I need to make a YouTube short around Homebody though? If I'm adding it to the wish list. Have I ever been making YouTube shorts based on things on the wish list? No, I don't think so. We gotta have some level of consistency here. Next we have Hololive Error, which has enough people saying it's very positive as a horror game for me to say yes to it, even though normally I would just flush this down the toilet and say it's a horror kind of asset flip game. Whatever. My concern here is that this might be like a troll game, a joke game with just anime characters running around all over the place. And that's why it's being positively reviewed. Japanese school walking simulator with Hololive members injected into it. Not really creepy or scary either. As somebody who's a fan of Hololive, I'm a bit let down by the lack of interactivity in the way it delivers story. No, that one negative review is all I really need to see to remove it, actually. Because yeah, that was my concern here. You have Hololive in the name, and you might just have a huge amount of Hololive fanboys voting it positively. Hologram as a game. Gotta remember to de-blur. Looks like it might have been something interesting, but obviously it's not caught anybody's attention. I was, again, listening to podcasts. I listen to a lot of them. And that is one of my concerns, certainly, is that there might be games like this that have only 6 reviews that actually turn out to be pretty good. But I just don't make enough content to justify playing a game that is so irrelevant. Like, at some point, if I get a massive burst of energy and I'm doing 3 or 4 pre-recorded series every day on my channel, then I would start to burn through my wish list and start to really scrape the bottom of the barrel for old games that have very few reviews. But until that fictional scenario gets anywhere close to happening, I have to push myself to more relevant games that people play and people might care about and want to play. Let's see, next we have Hole in One, which looks like it's just a mobile game putt-putt from January. I think we can say no to that, even though it is very positive. I imagine there's at least one better version of this. And then Hoko Life is a farming simulator game, and I think I would pretty much say no to this, just because I don't want to play a farming simulator game. Although I will say this perhaps feels a little bit more like a Stardew Valley game. Or not Stardew Valley, Animal Crossing game. But in general, I think I'm also just going to say no to Animal Crossing games, too. Oh, heck. Hohenheim? Skywards? Hohenheim? Yeah, that's not relevant, so we can take that off. Hogvarlord is mixed reviewed, so we can take that off. Hockey VR shooter from February. Has no reviews. I always kind of feel like these VR hockey games might actually be cheaper to buy a VR headset and play them and buy the game than it would be to buy all the equipment and rent ice time and practice for the real world. That being said, I imagine doing it in VR does not really help you in the real world if you actually are into hockey. So it's probably a catch-22 on that point. Otherwise, though, this is just not relevant, so it's going to leave the fall list. Hobo Cat Adventures. Looks like it's probably a joke game, but it looks visually polished enough to be actually something worth playing. And it is well received, so I'll put that on the wish list. And then Inyoko no Tori, no Torai. Looks just like a visual novel with not really enough relevancy to stay. And then Hive is from September. Tower Defense Beehive game. Interesting concept, but not relevant. And then that just brings us to all the new games that come out on Steam. It's been a long stream already, so we'll try to burn through these fairly quickly. Here we have something called Chemistry, which looks like it's half Tetris, half Chemistry. Although the weird thing here is you couldn't make that too big of a chemical combination here. They want you to take 2 oxygens and 2 times hydrogens. So this would be 2 oxygens, this would be 2 hydrogens. So you'd want one of that and one of that, and that will give you 2 times H2O, so 2 waters. But yeah, you really couldn't get into very long molecules there, and very quickly. I would not really know if hydrogen chloride plus oxygen led to like bleach plus water or what. I might be reading this completely wrong. 3 oxygens plus 4 irons might very well just be rust that you're creating there. I can see this almost being an educational game, but it definitely feels like one of those old school educational games that really would suck and most people would not bother playing it. Plus it just feels like you're playing Tetris and it's just getting in the way of the idea of actual learning. So I'm gonna say no to that. Let's see. This next game is called VR Fitness, which looks like it's just anime girls and silhouettes of anime girls in different poses. This definitely feels asset flippy and feels like a cheap Chinese game, although in this case it looks like it actually might be a cheap Japanese game. It's VR requirement too to do workouts, and I think it's probably incredibly dangerous to try and do workouts while wearing a VR headset. You're just not spotting, you're not looking at your environment, you're not aware, you're not looking at how your body is twisting and turning. It just seems very unhelpful. Maybe augmented reality could assist you in a workout, but being fully submerged in VR makes very little sense to me. Next we have a adult game here called Rise of Arrows, and let's see, it's 3D CGI characters, but the main gameplay looks very much like a Chinese open world action hack and slash game. So, yeah. It's the first world's AAA adult mobile game produced in a realistic 3D style with full 360 angles to the reveal characters' delicate facial features in every inch of the body, starting your very own adventure, replete with love and sex, stunning goddess, and dazzling combat. It is a free-to-play game, cross-platform multiplayer with in-app purchases. Weirdly, though, it is 54% positive on an adult game, which seems insanely low. Let's look at the negative reviews. The game is not linked to the main account of Iris Lab. Everything has to be replayed, but kept the patch current. The old ID still plays on the website in a lag. When solving the problem by making the PC version, it doesn't let old customers play, betraying customers. Clearly, anyone who played on iOS or Safari must continue to play with that same difficulty. As for new players that are coming, please consider carefully. Old players can still be betrayed. You can get hit too. Another review here says no Iris Lab ID. Gotta wait for the devs to fix that issue. Starting over again is just damn. Game is not linked to the main account. Game is not linked to the main account. Starting over again. What WTF? Okay. So it seems to me like Rise of Arrows is a somewhat popular mobile game. And honestly, I suspect the truth is that if there are any good quality AAA adult games, they probably are on mobile and not on Steam or a PC, or perhaps there is a PC storefront. Let's see. There's some of this that needs to be blurred, but I'm just going to show a bit of this trailer here and see where this trailer really is showing as far as the quality and the type of game you're going with. Here is an action RPG game. Yeah. After that point, it starts to show some nudity. But the vast majority of these screenshots are just somewhat showing the backs and some skin of the characters, but there does seem like there really is a game to be played here, particularly free to play. So that's going to put me in an interesting situation where I guess I can put this adult game on the fall list. Can I make a YouTube short around an adult game? No. My macro and programming wouldn't allow it in the first place because you have to be signed in. But I will be interested to see if maybe they can fix that Iris ID problem so people can import their accounts from previous places. The Last Veggies looks like a different enough top-down twin-stick shooter game to potentially get a YouTube short. Maybe I don't really need to put it on the fall list. Golems looks like it's an attempt at a different animation style for what were they called, Lemmings type game. I don't think it's visually polished quite enough for me to say yes to it, but I'm going to be generous and put it on the fall list and not make a short around it. Cats Hidden in Paris. You know what? If it's very positive, if people like these hidden object games, I should make some YouTube shorts around it. I should stop trying to curate so much. Clash of the Stars. Again, I probably would curate against this, but it looks good enough to make a short on. Balance 100. Let's see. Oh, it's an OCD game where you're trying to get everything balanced perfectly. I think something like that might drive me crazy. And frankly, I'm not sure that there isn't a lot of people that would be driven crazy playing this game, even if you didn't have OCD originally. Or this might be unhealthy for people with OCD. Next, we have a game called Trance Trauma, which looks like it might be some kind of horror game. Then we have what looks like a French platforming game of no real interest. Then we have Dreamkeeper. That one 3D realistic CGI adult game may be the only adult game we have to talk about today. And that one is, I guess, kind of in the middle because it has some Asian looking characters, but it definitely doesn't have the anime style. I guess more of my loyalty, if I have any real loyalty, is to the anime style more than to a game that just happens to be made in Asia or have Asian looking characters. There's a big difference there. Pocket Academy we can say no to. I think we can probably say no to Ambush Tactics Advanced. And loyalty is probably the wrong term anyways. It is more likely to say I am just anti-censorship and can certainly appreciate the anime style, and the anime style is the style that is getting censored the most as far as adult games or just games on Steam in general. Nothing else is really getting censored. Anyways, much this break-in game doesn't look good enough. Pocket Planet, casual puzzle game. Drag and drop tiles. I'll give it a chance. We may not have that many games that came out over the weekend. We are continuously slowing down. I think we'll say no to this dungeon tower. It's just not visually polished enough. West Ride doesn't look like anything. Clueless Crossroads. Oh, so it's just making a joke around the fact that they didn't bother to type in any of the clues. And so you're just supposed to type in words. Which basically I think means you'd never be able to solve these. And inevitably, you could put different words in different places and they would still work. Yeah. I'm going to say no to that. Blade Fury. Looks like nothing. Next adult game is called Love and Sex Second Base. This time it is flat 2D animation, but I would say the girls are definitely in more of that realistic anatomical body proportion style, more of that Western animation style. It seems to me like it is probably a visual novel. They're calling it a free roaming date sim. First screenshot is two girls on a leash and naked in a public park, so exhibition fetish. It's $19.99. It says it has English full audio. It also has another $10 worth of DLC and a Braze story for $5 and a supporters pack for $5. Let's see. Second Base implies to me that there was a first game in this series, but not sure I really believe that. It says there's 50 plus good endings, 15 polyamorous Relationships, 14,000 voiced lines, 1.8 million words of story, over 3 times the size of Lord of the Rings. I question how that possibly can be true. Well, there's some good reviews on it too. Okay, well, I feel like that deserves a follow. Weirdly though, I am not seeing the idea that this is a second game in a series or any prequel. There is still a problem with the art style that I don't really love. The characters are drawn well enough, but they do come off as being drawn by somebody drawing in a webtoon, basically. The angles and the styles are just not particularly detailed. Everything is kind of cartoony in some things, and just kind of a general inconsistency in how things are drawn overall. But I can't deny that there is a very positive amount of reviews here. When did this come out? It says just now, and it already has like 648 reviews, so this must have come out of early access. So I'm going to just straight up put this on the wish list. No reason to check back on it in the follow list. So Love and Sex Second Base, perhaps one of the best adult games out there if you want full English voice acting and you want a lot of different story to happen. It's getting away from the Honey Pop Match 3 gameplay mechanic, if you didn't enjoy that too, and just having more of a visual novel dating sim experience, it seems, with no other gameplay mechanic. Which, if you can make a game story last long enough, it shouldn't really need a secondary mechanic that doesn't really make sense, like matching 3. Jeepney Simulator here doesn't look like anything, so we can say no to that. Space Expedition doesn't look polished enough. It's got a little too much black in the foreground, and so a lot of the screen is just dark, and then the rest of it is not particularly impressive. Next we have a adult game, 3D CGI adult game called Moving Down, which I assume is a visual novel too. Says the project is a gradual immersion into the world of non-game subjugation and dominance of women over men, where you act as a man who's going through many brutal trials. I've never heard the phrase non-game subjugation before, but at a certain level it feels like that is like non-consensual and rapey. Just because women are doing things to you doesn't mean it's okay, and these screenshots do seem to imply that these women are doing a lot of things to him, and I certainly have to draw the line on one screenshot here where it looks like a woman has an actual razor whip that she is about to tear into the flesh of the man. Like, at a certain point, yes, if you want to be subjugated, that's fine. Here's another screenshot where a lady is holding an actual knife, and at a certain point, I do accept that in fantasy you can push things further, but particularly in sex games, perhaps you don't push fetishes that are downright illegal or dangerous. There's a screenshot here with a character crying as his mouth is being taped up by a lady, and characters have been like shaved bald at some point and have collars around them. There's a lot of different variety in women here. There's another screenshot where the woman is dropping ash into the mouth of a man, cigarette ash that's on fire. It's a video here of a toilet where they're about to poop all over him or pee all over him. Pretty extreme fetishes. We generally don't see these. Moving Down as a game, though, is $14.99, English and Russian. And I would just say, yeah, if you are into the fantasy of hardcore, taking on hardcore abuse, then this might be the game for you. They're saying that a lot of this stuff is skippable as far as some of the more extreme pegging, cuckolding, urination, gay scat. That is skippable, but in the graphic content warning, they say the protagonist will face real violence and enslavement by his wife, and the player, that is you, will have to experience it together with him. Yeah. And yeah, a lot of abusive people in the real world will claim they're into like bondage, sadism, masochism, but if you're not including consent in it, if you're not considering consent, that's not what you're doing. You're not doing a sexual fetish that's some kind of play for the bedroom. You're straight up just abusing people. Do I have a reason to put Moving Down on the follow list? No. Not really. Here's another screenshot where the guy is being hung by a noose. That's incredibly unsafe. Like, there's no concern for safety, it seems like, in most of these depictions. And at a certain point, I feel like fetish communities have to always double down on the fact that going to these level of extremes and not considering consent is not part of that community. It's not acceptable in that community. It's not acceptable in any community. And you don't want crazy people. You don't want abusive people potentially being the figurehead for your community. You don't want John Wayne Gacy, I believe is the serial killer, who used homophobia and as a way of getting away with torturing gay men, and got away with it more because he used homosexuality and homophobia to his advantage. Or he was straight up drilling holes into the head of one of his victims and somehow got away with that. Moving on, Shapeshifter as a game looks just like a Asteroids game, so I'm going to say no to that. Treasure Chest Clicker. So we've seen 3 CGI adult games today. I almost could see the idea here of just clicking on treasure chests to get that visual reward of getting more gold, but you pretty much lose that reward of it being special if you're just non-stop clicking on treasure chests. Yeah. That's gotta be a no. Then we have something called the Immolati. Is that somebody that starts on fire or was set on fire? Looks like a ugly, kind of low resolution horror game. Yeah. I don't see anything visually impressive there enough. Next we have a game called Sticky Business, which you're creating stickers and selling them, which I seriously doubt you can make a living making stickers and selling them, but I guess if you're artistic enough, maybe you could. There are definitely a lot of Etsy shops of people selling things that are not really making any money. If you're doing some other job and this is your side gig, maybe, or if you're in a country where making $60 a month is viable, maybe that makes some sense. In this game in particular, it seems like you would actually have to create the stickers, and I would almost wonder if this isn't a way in which some company has created this app and then your creations get uploaded secretly to that company, and then the company is selling the stickers in the real world. Um, but as an actual game, this looks uninteresting. I don't know how many people are even that interested in making custom stickers. The equipment to get into it at a small scale probably is not that expensive, but you'd probably never make your money back. Kill the cute. Although in all fairness, does working any job really make your money back? Or does it just give you enough to struggle on for the next month? I think we can say no to kill the cute. I was killing chickens. I might have said yes to that. Tacticube. Seems almost like there might be something here. So I'm going to give it a chance. Although very possibly. There's nothing there. Power and Revolution 2023 edition. I don't see anything here that I can easily evaluate. So my only ignorance here, my fear is that this might be a Russian troll game. From the looks of it, since Putin's showing up. Otherwise, if this was an actual game that people actually cared about and liked, I can't really evaluate the gameplay mechanics because I'm just not familiar enough. Let's hurry up and finish. I'm gonna wear out my voice. Under the Water Depths doesn't look like anything. EOS 503. What is this? A visual novel or... I think I can't even really tell. You help the community resolve interpersonal disputes, navigate delicate political situations. Alright, you know what? I'll put this on the follow list and see if anybody likes it. But would this make a good YouTube short? No. Isometric chess basically changes nothing about chess, and half of these screenshots are not even isometric. That's not isometric. So no to that. Game called Meaningless, which I assume is just an excuse to put out random shapes. Yeah, I definitely don't seem like there's I don't think there's quite enough games here. Gameplay mechanics. Really, they could have just put a story there. Solve puzzles by moving blocks and guiding the ball to exit this minimal 3D world. Nah, I'm gonna... You know what, I'll be generous. I'll fall list, no short. Evergreen Mountain Life Simulator is mixed reviewed already, which must mean that it's not done very well. But it also kind of highlights that it seems like there's perhaps a desire for Mountain Life Simulator games. $20 is way too expensive, I would suspect. Nightmare Zapping is not animated in any way good enough. And yeah, in all fairness, there is just a bias here. If something is drawn or animated the wrong way, I'm going to say no to it. Also, if something is around stock market trading as a management game, I am not going to be interested in that. Simulator of 80s Japanese stock market businessmen. Then why are you using the much more modern meme name of Stonks? Clearly they just wanted to put in an anime girl to catch people's attention. That's going to be no. Land Above the Sea Below prologue. Not really doing anything with prologues. Here we have a game called Mua, which, you know, looks visually polished enough to potentially get a short. It is an online PvP game though, so I'm not going to put it on the fall list. Tongs Pop is a single player survival horror game, it says. To me it looks like an asset flip garbage game, so we move on. Here we have a game called I Have a Dream, which is not a title you want to use in a video game, particularly a video game that looks this bad. Let's see, Temporium seems to be some kind of card-based resource farming game. Alright, I'll give that a chance. And then our fourth adult game today is called How to Tame a Succubus, which it looks like it's a 2D RPG Maker game for the vast majority of the game. And then you have completely disconnected 3D CGI screenshots of a white-haired lady. I assume it's supposed to be a succubus, but she doesn't have any wings or horns or tail, anything that would imply. Seems like in the background it's maybe in a Viking environment, but again, the 2D RPG Maker stuff just does not in any way imply that. This game is $8.99 in English only, and it is obviously of particularly low quality as far as adult games go. And weirdly, we're getting into the danger zone of any like anime style 2D adult games. The next game we have on Steam is called Zodiac Hentai Hellish Memory, which is also an adult game. In this case, it is, even though it's using the Japanese word for perverted, hentai, it's still looks like Western animated 2D characters, specifically drawn, I suspect, to represent the characters of the Zodiac, Leo, the lion, things like that. It's Cancer, Taurus. General idea there is that each is an anime girl, although Cancer is an interesting question. From what I can see from the screenshot, it looks like Cancer is just a slightly pink-skinned lady. She doesn't seem to be depicting any animal or cancer in the sense of actual having skin cancer, which in fairness, cancer never really meant for cancer, I don't believe. Weirdly, this adult game is early access for 59 cents in English only. But yeah, I am definitely not impressed by that, and I am still not seeing anything that would be in the kawaii anime style, or even coming close to the moe art style or the chibi art styles. Feudal Friends. And almost certainly that might be just continued censorship by Valve, or the silencing effect of Valve obviously censoring and disallowing Dungeon Travelers, I believe was the name of the game, 2 and 2-2, which had been announced to come out on Steam. Feudal Friends here as a game is nothing. We have 3 more games, thank goodness. Unreal Strike doesn't look like anything. Kebab Simulator Prologue doesn't look like anything. Death Slayer here might be something. We'll give it a chance. And then it looks like we've got a horror game called Please Forgive Me, which doesn't look visually polished enough to make me really want to do it. Should I make YouTube shorts around these horror games? That would be definitely the next thing to consider, certainly. I'm going to say no now, but in the future, there is a possibility that I'll start running low on YouTube shorts and start covering more of the horror acid flip games and making shorts around that. Anyways, even without the 30-minute bathroom break in the middle of the stream, this was a long stream, so that's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's some links in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.